our first ever mini event for Rutgers Esports here in this semester. It is going to be a Marvel Rivals tournament between four different schools. I'm Jellyfish. I'm casting with Linky. Linky, how are you doing today? Are you excited for this event?
Doing pretty good. Excited for the first tournament of the school year.
Yes, lovely. And I think this is a really cool thing that we're doing. We got the Marvel Rivals Club really thriving right now. I mean, the fact that they're able to get, three other schools, Seton Hall, TCNJ, and I think Columbia as well, to join us today is really, really nice. We're going to get 12 matches in total. We're going to start off with Seton Hall, and it's going to be amazing. I mean, with your experience in Marvel Rivals, I mean, how do you think this is going to go down?
Honestly, very new. I know a lot of roster changes have happened over the summer, so definitely going to be exciting to see this kind of the first year of actual esports starting up at the collegiate level for Marvel Rivals. Of course, came out last year, but things weren't really in place, and it was a lot more informal stuff. This year, we're looking forward to a lot more actual structured tournaments for Marvel Rivals.
For sure, and I think it's gonna be a very, very different kind of feeling compared to when you just play this game competitively. Now you're with the team. You're kind of expecting a lot of chemistry between everyone, and maybe nerves might get to some people as well. Like there's such a different mentality when you're going into these kinds of tournaments. It's school pride. It's your own pride going up against other people. So I think you're gonna see a lot of passion. You're gonna see a lot of really, really cool plays as well, but hopefully the game's gonna get started soon. I think it is Rutgers versus Seton Hall first. We're gonna go through all
Yes.
the Seton Hall games, just to start us off, and then we'll go into TCNJ, Columbia's games, and then Rutgers. So every school is actually gonna play each other twice. So everyone's gonna play six matches or six games all together, and it's all for bragging rights right now. Whoever wins, so that's good. That gives these players and these teams a lot of wiggle room, really. Like they could take a loss here and there, but it might ruin morale. You never want to take a loss at all when it comes to Marvel Rivals, because it's really difficult to really predict how all these games go.
Yeah, and definitely going to be very exciting to see what it's like watching six stacks go against each other. Of course, going back to what Jellyfish said earlier, uh, it's very different from your normal competitive game. Just from a standpoint of chemistry, you're going to see a lot more combos and ults, not just two tossed together, but actually looking at strats called people kind of rotating on the less explored parts of the map to try to make a big play.
For sure. And especially with like a not too recent update, of course you had some added maps. I'm not sure of the names of the maps, but that seeing those potentially be counter picks or even starters, could really just shake up, a lot of players. I mean, these guys are, high ranked Celestial, Diamond. You got some Grandmasters in there as well. So you could expect them to have been practicing on, a lot of the new stages, but even the old maps too, like Clintar. You got some very, very difficult maps, really, both in defense, offense, depending on what it is as well. You go to Hydra and try to play Conquest, all that kind of stuff. Domination, rather, is what I meant to say. But yeah, I mean, old new. It really comes down to experience. It really comes down to the grit that these guys have. Team comps as well, I think, is really, really important. I've seen some people go three tank, three healer, and it just works. You just out heal their damage. So we could see three healer, two DPS, one tank. It really just depends on what these guys are comfortable with, and you can kind of like. I think what we can admire is potentially the adaptability that these guys have in certain situations where, like, oh, maybe two of each is not working, so we have to swap off. So it really is, again, down to team chemistry, team comms as well. Communication is going to be really, really important, especially in high tense moments, in like big battles and such.
Yeah, no, definitely going to be very exciting to see a lot of new faces. I know that, especially just of course college, more people coming in, but also a lot more awareness around the esport. A lot of new faces coming in. Just looking at teams across the country, I've seen plenty of people in the top 500 up on those leaderboards. Not
Yep.
something we saw last year. Honestly, last year was a big mix of just who knew about it and who was coming in. But
Mhm.
now, looking forward is people that are looking to compete at a high level.
Yeah, and this is just a good representation of not only what Rutgers has, but what other schools have to offer in this game as well. Like it increases interest. It helps our Rutgers esports in general show off that hey, we have a competitive team. We have this competitive side along with the casual side of this club to kind of build up on and win potential championships, trophies, all that stuff. I'm part of Scarlet Smash. Last year we debuted at Garden State Esports, which is the New Jersey collegiate circuit, and we won 2 championships. We got off to a very hot start. Of course, we're gonna be shooting for even more this season, but I think this is a very good start and very promising, really, for the Marvel Rivals team to kind of just get their feet down at Rutgers and really get a feel for the competition. I mean, everyone could say it's just college, right? Like some of these college kids aren't up to par with some of the best players in the world, but we've seen what some youngins can do in some games. Like if they got it, if they have that drive, they're gonna be very very good.
Yeah, no, definitely. Going to be very interesting to see where each school stands. I mean, I've heard of some dark horses, schools like, even smaller schools like FIU, where I'm pretty sure they have like 3 or 4 one above all players. And
Jeez.
I've heard of some teams down in like Texas where they've got people that are in the top 10 on the leaderboards for North America. So definitely going to be super interesting to see how everybody's playing. I know. So this is a round robin, just 4 teams. It's
Yes.
going to be super exciting to watch and really see how the game is looking right now. But moving forward, there's going to be some much larger tournaments that I think have maybe 24 teams that are coming up soon.
Ooh.
And we're gonna get to see what teams are standing out among the rest.
Yeah, tournament series like CECC or even the Big East Conference, which I believe Rutgers is a part of. Those are some tournaments that you guys at home should definitely be on the lookout for. Not only watching Rutgers and cheering on Rutgers if you guys are students here, but also cheering on for just in general collegiate esports. I mean, it's been on the rise as of recently. So if you guys aren't excited for this, I don't know what else we're doing, but. We're starting off with some bands. We're starting off with some potential picks. We can see the ideas that these guys have, right? You already for Rutgers have Thor and Angela, which have a team up where Thor can send out like a lunge and then replenish his Thor force, allowing him to get more projectiles out, get more damage out. The Black Widow though is kind of interesting.
Yeah, he should really get off that. I know his aim's just not up to par with what you'd want in a Black Widow player, but. I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume he's trying to hide his pick to avoid some stream watching bans, but
for sure, for sure. Yeah, we're banning Venom and we're banning Human Torch.
yeah. So
I think that makes sense. You want to,
coming out is it's gonna be a target ban on one of the players for Rutgers. So No Binds is a very good Venom player, I believe top 500 one of all player for Venom.
Oh.
So they did their research and know what they're trying to ban. Torch obviously gonna be a just very strong pick, so don't want to have to deal with that, especially on tanks that aren't really able to deal with it.
Yeah, and a Mantis also getting eliminated. I mean, a very quick character in general can kind of just zoom in and out, get some heals off. Magneto also going to be another choice to be gone. Maybe doesn't want to deal with all those shields.
No,
I mean,
that's gonna
Magneto's
be
an insane
save,
tank.
actually, I believe.
Oh, that's a
So
save? Sorry,
so
sorry.
they've protected the Magneto pick, so that's probably to have an option for Snake if they need to move into a more defensive comp, but looks like they're going to be playing pretty heavy dive if they're sticking with what they covered.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you can kind of see that like Seton kind of has a combination of both, right? You got the Wolverine who's just gonna go in and absolutely diminish and kind of just shred through tanks if he can. I mean, Thor and Angela have the ability to kind of just dive out, get out of the way to Wolverine. You also got the Cloak and Dagger, of course, just a very, very good healer in general. You got Groot to set up walls, kind of guard that Wolverine trying to do all that damage. So, there's a lot of potential with both of these teams. We're saving the Mantis. Interesting after getting the ban on the Mantis as well.
Yeah, so of course in Rivals, the way the tournament bans are set up now is you ban and you save. So you save the picks for your team, but if you ban, it's not banned for your team, only the other team. So you are able to, you're able to ban and then save it for your side so that you can play Mantis, but the other can't. It looks like Seton Hall's having some issues with their pick ban. We might have some silent ones going off in the chat. So, of course, if they do miss it, they just type it in the chat and it will be honored.
Fair play. I'm seeing a magic ban as well from Seton Hall, so maybe they don't want to deal with
The right
dives
heroes
of
could make
their
all
own.
the difference.
We actually get the Emma Snow coming out from no binds, so we're not going to see the team up with the Thor. Instead, Scarlet Snake, or sorry, Snake is just going to go with the Magneto. This is, I wonder. I mean, Jeff's also just a really good healer in general, right? One of the best, if not
Pretty good team.
arguably the best. Yeah.
I will say that on the Seton Hall side, they're playing this Groot with a cloak. Not something that I like. I used to not one trick, but I used to main Groot a good bit. And cloak is not what you want if there's going to be a very bursty team comp. So going to be interesting when we see how everything really shakes up in terms of picks.
They actually get off of no, that's still cloak. Yeah, I mean, I think like maybe a Jeff, even a Rocket Raccoon is even good there due to the team up. So interesting. We're gonna see the Iron Man as well. I don't know if Rutgers necessarily has a answer to that. It's probably just gonna be the Ultron. So
yeah, so the Ultron should work pretty well, but also you do have Rain out here on Bucky. So if Bucky connects with a flyer, they're gonna fall down, and a hook on Iron Man is pretty much a death sentence. The only thing that'll really save him is a good Magneto bubble, but again, with that close pick, you're not gonna be able to burst heal if you get pulled in. So
yeah.
Might be an early swap.
Yeah, I mean, starting off on Yggdrasil, Seton Hall already on to a very pushing start. They've moved the convoy just a little bit, and already we're seeing the heals is going straight into action, just trying to keep both the Emma and the Magneto alive as much as possible. No binds down, fairly low, but Crispy Bacon also on Seton Hall, taking a lot of damage, and basically down to half, and Seton Hall already losing their first player, the Bucky. That's going to be huge.
Yeah.
A very, very good pick to start off for Rutgers.
Yeah, I have to back up in the group here, but luckily they are on attack. It's very close to the slow them down.
Yeah, I mean, Yggdrasil's attack is actually not too bad. The first point is really, really short. The second point also, you know, doesn't have a lot of blind spots. So, you know, as long as Seton Hall can get past this this onslaught, I mean, they're already starting off really good, getting a pick on Zero Rain, Bucky. So they're pushing them back. They're pushing Congo forward. It is very, very tight game right now.
This Cloakle is going to come out early, so this is something very important with just how the picks happen to go out early. Is Cloak was able to get people off first. This could be a major turn in this fight, but the Ultron ult's going to come back. Not quite as good of a support ult, but it's able to keep them alive and use that. So you do see the snow ult up earlier as well, so triple support on the Rutgers side means that the ult are just going to come up a lot faster than you can haul. That's what you need to watch out for, but if they're able to watch out like this, yeah, just able to clean them up. And now they should be playing up the support ult, so you'll be able to control the team for a while.
And so far, so good. They knocked out 3 people. They knocked off a Magneto, the Bucky once again dying, as well as the Cloak and Dagger. We mentioned it before, like, the Cloak, probably not the best in this comp, and we could potentially see a swap, but I think he's just going to stick to it. Probably just wants to have that Cloak and Dagger ult to kind of just retake this point. So far, it hasn't really been working out. You got 3 ults on the side of Rutgers to support. Of course, that Bucky going to hold on to it as long as possible when he wants to try and get some picks off. Seton Hall also having a few of their own.
Yeah, so there's some very strong combos, but for the most part right now, Rutgers definitely has the advantage. It's going to get that pick on the 4. Oh, actually, Ella's going to revive team up to go down right after that.
Yeah, and I think this is just a difference between 3 supports versus 2 supports. With 3 supports, you're basically guaranteed to keep your tanks alive, all your important players alive, right? Whereas with 2 healers, it's like you really gotta try and play slow. You gotta keep them close. With Rutgers, you can kind of dive in or go in deep and then just come back. At least you have the Ultron as well that can act as a DPS, but also do all the work.
Yeah, they will get snaked down with that lucky ult.
Yes, for sure. And also the Thor didn't get any kills, but the Invisible Woman ult coming out, saving Rutgers right there, keeping the point, keeping the pressure on. As Seton Hall only has 45 seconds left to really get to this first point. And like I mentioned before, getting this first point is really, really valuable on Yggdrasil.
Yeah, they should be able to press their advantage. It looks like Rain's actually disconnected from the game, so Rutgers is fighting up 5v6 right now.
Yeah, that's tough. It's also
be
one of their
unfortunate.
DPS.
Yeah, so team's gonna crumble. I would say it's gonna lose somebody I'd rather lose DPS, but it is their only DPS, so
I mean,
not
yeah,
getting into
literally
that.
no damage besides maybe an Emma, maybe something from Ultron, but that is going to bite Rutgers in the in the butt right now. We have a pause. We have a technical issue. And I mean, yeah, losing that player in that position really does suck
Yeah,
because
unfortunate.
not only do they not have an ult potentially from the Bucky anymore, they're just down a player, which is just really annoying in general. So
Hmm.
we'll see if Zero Rank can come back. But so far, I mean, Rucker is holding it down in defense very, very well against Seton Hall. Um, there have just been so many times where Seton Hall tried to go for their ults. I mean, they don't even have any ults right now. The Thor ripping theirs just to try and get a pick off. Did get it on Ash the Savage, but just couldn't capitalize afterwards. Um, and yeah, Seton Hall kind of struggling on attack. Not a lot of characters that can kind of dive or really counter the Ultron. I mean, you have Hela, but even so, you have to be very accurate and very precise with your shots.
Yeah, it looks like there's a 30-minute pause limit timer, so hopefully we're not gonna have to sit here for all of that. But yeah, Seton Hall definitely having some trouble breaking through, but that disconnect definitely helped them get to this next point. So they're gonna have a renewed time. So hopefully we'll be able to get some momentum going and get a third point.
For sure. But yeah, this break so far. How you feeling about the Rutgers team? You know, I know you've been a part of the Rutgers team, so you know if they're showing anything, what should they improve on? If you're talking about Seton Hall as well, what are they doing good? What have they,
Yeah,
whatever they could
so
improve on?
honestly, it's looking pretty good. I think
Now
Rutgers
might be
has
a good
done
time to
very
stop
well with.
them.
Oh, and looks like the game's going to be back on now. Rain maybe still not back, but we'll see what's going on there. But Rutgers has been very good about walking out the support. So in some cases, either using a less valuable one or backing out of fights out of it. Definitely a very large thing. But I would just be kind of
And the Ultron. Ooh.
yeah, able to clean them up is probably going to be a win.
Jesus.
Yeah. Looks like
Knocking it
Rain
all
is going to be back, so
There you go. And he has
he
his ult
is
too.
coming back with ult, but we'll see how that works out.
Oh. The Hella just let himself die there. I think it might have been a connection issue potentially, but we're not gonna complain. Yeah, having Zero Rain back is gonna be nice. I mean, even without the Bucky, they were still able to get, 5 picks off. MVP of that play so far was definitely No Jet or YP getting that ult off, picking off 3 people, and then following up very, very swiftly. As Rutgers still tries to hold the fort down against Seton Hall, knocks out Abito's Hawkeye right there. So they're playing only one tank right now. They're also trying to match the support play from Rutgers by going into support. But one tank, a bit interesting.
Yeah, no, that was a good early pick. Hawkeye was maybe a little too far up, but it looks like they decided to taking out the best Ultron, but playing into support red and something that can spread that damage out first, or you need something like Hawkeye that can get Looks like Rain's gonna go down getting some all sides.
Sorry, you made this mess, Spectre.
Yeah, and it's looking bleak right now for Seton Hall as the Ultron gets his ult in like a matter of a minute, which is insane. But that kind of just shows the work that he's been putting in damage and healing wise. Yeah, I mean 20 seconds left. If Seton Hall can maybe get a pick off of the Emma or even the Magneto, I think they have a shot. It's just the heals are doing insane work right now, just keeping him alive. Not to mention, there is a snow ult available for Rutgers as well, as I believe Seton Hall uses the Invisible Woman's ult.
Yeah, so Seton Hall will actually be up 2 support ults on 1, but Ultron will be getting it back soon here. I think that it's important. Yeah, so this Moon Knight ult's coming out. So they swapped off the Hawkeye to Moon Knight pretty early. I'm not sure that's something I like in a three sport comp with an Ultron. Maybe if they were all on the ground, it would make sense. But I think that you're just going to be feeding into the Rutgers support ults, never really able to kill anybody with how spread out the damage is on Moon Knight.
And we also have a portal in as well. Zero swapping off of the Bucky just to get his team back into the fight. And it's working. It's paying dividends as No Binds sends out the Emma ult. Still going to live. These guys have been, like, it's been very close to death for a lot of these players. But again, their heals are just doing an amazing job. The Ultron also ripping his
Oh yeah,
ult at one point.
that was a big Maggle. It's gonna take out the Invis. So the cloak is still on point, keeping people up. But Seton Hall's side is actually on the triple support now. It looks like. We're going to see how that works out.
Yeah, hopefully they can keep themselves alive. It is overtime. The Eye of Agamotto coming out in clutch and taking out 3 players. Potentially some more. The Magneto forced to run away. Still trying to hold on. But the Invisible Woman going down. The entire team is down. And that is round 1 going to Seton Hall with only 1 point. Rutgers doing a very good job defensively. The Eye of Agamotto playing such a huge role in just taking that spot and knocking down overtime. So let's see how Seton Hall can do on defense. I mean, the way that Rutgers have been playing, I think offensively they're gonna be fine.
Yeah, no, Rutgers is looking very solid on the defense there. Honestly, only really giving up a lot of space when a player disconnected. So definitely going to be interesting to see how this game goes, but I don't think it will take too long on the attack.
Yeah, so we're seeing Rutgers kind of hold on to that comp that they had before. Not really change. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, as they always say. But Seton Hall gonna
Pulling out the Punisher.
Yeah, the Punisher, the
the
Steven, the Doctor Strange. They're getting the Magneto. Sorry, the Hella out as well. Going back to that 2 support comp, but it didn't work the first time. So we'll see. Especially considering how Rutgers is going to attack. They're not going to die for a long time. Again, they need an answer for this Ultron. Maybe they're looking for it with Punisher.
Oh,
and yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so it looks like they're really worried about that Ultron. So I'm not sure how many times he was taken down in that last half, but definitely providing a lot of value. Just a lot of passive healing, but also a super bursty auto. So if somebody's below like 30-40% health and you get a full auto off on them, you can just execute them in the fight. So
yeah, I mean that ult also
they've tried to counter pick here, and they've also gone double shield tank. So they're trying to turtle up a little more. So they're not going to try to hold this first point. It looks like Rutgers will just be able to walk up here, but nobody's going to go down early.
That's kind of the idea that I think Rutgers wants to go. It's a war of attrition, right? They're not necessarily in a rush. And huge 2 picks, 3. It might be 4 with the Hella taking a lot of damage as well. Yes, he goes down. And TJ's forced to stay up. Flame Spider also staying up. Both of the healers still up, but it doesn't matter considering how all the tanks, all the big body players going down. And Rutgers immediately pushing this point. Getting it in a matter of a minute. Rutgers putting on a clinic right now. Oh, there you go.
Seton Hall is able to contest for a little bit, but yeah, supports just weren't up and ready because the team got super staggered out. Gonna be a waste of the portal kind of early, but
yeah,
it's gonna be a rough regroup. Rutgers only needs about a third of this point because they only got like halfway up this ramp.
Yeah, the cloak on Seton Hall swapping to cloak instead of trying to stay on the heels, trying to do some damage. It just didn't work out, like you mentioned before. Both the supports not necessarily ready to kind of jump in, and Rutgers just gonna slowly but surely walk this way and getting the Emma ult as well, just to drag some players off. And I mean, holding on to the point for as long as possible. But when you die, when you lose 3 players, it's gonna be tough, and it's looking like lights out for Seton Hall. If they can potentially.
Yeah, honestly, there was a little window there where Seton Hall had the cloak ult and Rutgers only had Ultron to respond with. But when you are running a comp that just has so much damage, the other team can't get away with playing cloak and a double support. Just not enough to go around, not bursty enough healings to keep those tanks up. So you saw Magneto going down early both times. Just not something you can really hold up with a cloak on the team.
And Rutgers is going to take the first match of this exhibition against Seton Hall. Very, very good job from Rutgers there. And it was just a matter of being scattered, right, by Seton Hall. At some point, they were just so desperate to try and touch the point and really stall. But when they had their squishy players, like their supports or even their Bucky, when everybody is ready to kind of just jump on someone, it's over. And that was very prevalent when Seton Hall tried to go in with the portal, and they kind of just got immediately, just shot down when they
Yeah,
tried to get in with no
yeah.
ults as well.
It,
It's just a very, very hard, task. Holy crap.
look at that scoreboard. Yeah.
That stat line is
Yeah.
insane. Of course, the
44 and 1,
MVP.
21 finals for no
Yeah,
buys. Yeah.
man. That's
Able
crazy.
to
Ultron.
able to really abuse a lot of the holes on the Seton Hall team. So
Hmm.
yeah, something you definitely notice. There's just a lot more playmaking coming out of Rutgers. So
Yeah.
not a whole lot on the Seton Hall side trying to get picks, just more trying to kind of extend the fights, and that's not something that happened to work out.
Yeah, that Emma was putting in work. I mean, look at the damage, 27,000, getting a lot of the final hits as well. Really doing the work as, being not only the tank to take up everything, but also getting these final hits off, being able to kind of pick off these players that have been, whittled down by the Ultron, by Zero Reigns, Bucky as well. So no binds, just in the right spot at the right time. Positioning a very, very good, point that we could talk about for Rutgers, whereas for Seton Hall, I mean, at a point they were doing very, very well. They just kept on getting picked off. Their supports weren't really able to handle the amount of damage that was being tossed to them. And Rutgers being able to really cushion a lot with that three support composition. So a lot of the other teams, Columbia and TCNJ, kind of have to be on the lookout for that. We can see more of that comp from the other schools as well as Seton Hall prepares for their next match, which will be TCNJ that we mentioned. And TCNJ probably watching this as well, thinking, if they aren't able to adapt to a three support composition that Rutgers was running, maybe we could do something like that as well. But we'll see what tactics TC&J have. For now, Rutgers getting the lead, going 1-0 so far. Seton Hall needs to bounce back.
Yeah, and there were definitely a lot of picks just coming out early in the fights from actually a DPS on both sides. Just something that really opened that up. So something they're going to have to watch for in these games going forward. I mean, you can see on the stat lines just who had maybe five more deaths than the rest of their team. Just something you need to watch out for when you're playing up on those angles, especially when you're either in a weaker support comp or maybe don't have as strong of space taking tanks.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about it before. That Ultron just really posing a problem for these guys, not having a real answer like an Iron Man, even like maybe getting the cloak just or the dagger to try and just chip away. Even an Iron Fist would have been fine for Ultron, but it's all he said, she said right now. Seton Hall, yeah, maybe we could see a swap of characters. Maybe this is a comp that they were trying to experiment with, and if this is something that they had concrete, it's not a bad comp whatsoever. It's just I think Rutgers was super ready for what they had, and they had different outs essentially for that team. Whether it was three support players, they could have swapped off the two DPS, even three tanks at some point. So I think there's a lot of versatility in this Rutgers team, and I hope to see the same from Seton Hall as they go up against TCNJ.
Yeah, and especially in that three support comp, you need to open that fight by picking a support if you're on the team that doesn't have it, or you need to match it. So in most cases, people will end up matching it because it's harder to get a kill than it is to just keep turtling up and healing. But in a situation like that, you're never going to break through the tanks. And you saw Seton Hall try to get on to hit scan, but it just wasn't something that panned out. They were trying to pick that Ultron and just weren't able to.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with that Invis pick, something like Invis and a Flyer, just very, very difficult to take either of them out.
For sure. I mean, Invisible Woman has so much utility, has shields up, can heal very, very quickly, which I thought that we were potentially going to see like maybe a Mr. Fantastic, maybe a thing, but again, didn't really need that. I think Seton Hall probably could have used a thing right there to get the Ultron down, maybe get him to be grounded, get some damage off of him, but that could be something that I experiment next time, something that can bring Ultron down, that can kind of reduce that threat, the aerial threat that Ultron possesses. But yeah, they were swapping a lot between different
Yeah.
DPS. They were trying to at some point they went Star Lord and
Mm-hmm.
Spider-Man to try and dive in the back, but again, they just got called out every single time. I think the thing with turtling is that everybody kind of just stays compact, And being close together means that you're guaranteed to get heals. You're guaranteed to, be able to work off of each other, get some very early picks off. Like they never really strayed from their positioning. They were always close to each other as much as possible, trying to either tank hits so that their supports would stay alive or even just swap positions. Like if, it was the Magneto that was out, then the Emma would come out if the Magneto was low, all that kind of stuff. So I think that's some stuff that Rutgers was really doing good against Seton Hall, who didn't have the damage to be able to stop that.
Yeah, no, and they were just really able to take space. I mean, you saw the final hits distributed like all the way across the team. Just the ammo was able to get a lot of kills. You saw Snake on that Magneto picking up some kills on supports pretty often. The
Mhm.
biggest thing there was just it was really a war of attrition, and the Seton Hall DPS needed to be able to take care of the supports there. And you saw them try to pull out the Hawkeye. You saw the Hella Punisher combo just wasn't able to get it finished, and it's something that you need to really be able to do to open that match.
Yeah, it's tough when you swap out to a lot of different characters because your ults get, if you're close to an ult, it goes back down to 50%. So you kind of just risk losing a very valuable tool that can kind of bring you back or at least retake the spot. That's just kind of the beauty with support ults in general, is that they are so good at retaking positionings. Retaking points, retaking convoy, or just pushing their opponents off. And the thing is with Emma is that you kind of pull them in, so you're expecting your players to just do as much damage as they're stunned, and they were doing that completely fine. Um, Seton Hall not having a lot of good ults. We didn't see too many. Of course, the supports were doing as much as possible. The Bucky couldn't get much damage off of his as well. So again,
Yeah,
really, really good defensive play from Rutgers. We could see if they play more offensively, but so far, so good for the home team.
yeah, and we are going to be moving into our next game, so it's Seton Hall staying in the round robin. Their second of 3 games straight, going against TCNJ. So here's the TCNJ team up on screen. It looks like they actually have 3 tank mains, so we'll see if they'll have 3 or if it's just what they happen to be best at. But going to be exciting to see this next game. Haven't seen either of these teams play.
For sure. 3 tank. I mean, if this is the team that we're seeing having 2 support as well, it's a matter of can these tanks stay alive for as long as possible, and then just trying to heal off of them. The Magic gonna try and jump in behind, and the Penny is just such a good defensive unit. I mean, you have the mines, you have just in general a very good ult. Also infinite ammo, so you don't have to worry about reloading. You can kind of just hold left click if you really need to. The mines again gonna play a very very big part. But I don't think that's what we're gonna see from TCNJ. Again, depends on the bands, depends on what each team will kind of prefer. And we're seeing Seton Hall immediately hovering over the Spider-Man. They're thinking of maybe playing a little bit more of a dive heavy team this time.
Yeah, so gonna be interesting to see the DPS picks on the Seton Hall side this time. And we are going to be on another convoy map. So Spider Island's
Ooh.
just going to see the convoy push again, see how that goes. So early ban of Emma coming out from TCNJ. So it wasn't something that we really saw much of in the last game. It was picked a little bit, but no big plays coming out of it. So it looks like they might be trying to just uh, build a comp around dive and don't want to have to deal with that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, saving the Magneto, not an interesting idea. I mean, probably just wants shields, especially with the Emma gone. You kind of just want to save something like Magneto, even something like Strange. They're gonna play a big role. I don't think we're gonna see a ban from of Strange from TCNJ, but let's see who they say. They actually get rid of the Bucky as well. Knowing maybe watching the stream, knowing that CNL has one in, I believe it was Aaron Lit, or Potaden. They're actually going to save the thing here, which I think is going to be smart. Maybe going to try and team up with Invis, even Mr. Fantastic, potentially Human Torch as well. Depends on again what Seton Hall decides to ban next, and they also ban Emma. They do not want to deal with that again.
Yeah. No, super interesting to see the Magneto save on one side, but not the other. So definitely just a
Hmm.
very strong tank. I mean, ever since the start of the game, just incredibly strong, able to keep your supports up, but also able to hit those one-shot ults on support ults. So maybe it's something that if Seton Hall's able to ban here, no, they're gonna ban the torch. So there is one
Hmm.
protect chance, but honestly, taking that Magneto off the board is a very good idea.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really thought about. Yeah, they're gonna save the penny. That's smart, especially on a convoy island like Spider Islands. Just so many different corners that you can just put your mines down. If I would be surprised if I wouldn't be surprised if Seton Hall decided to ban Magneto on the other side.
Yeah, no,
Just
I
to
would
get rid of those
definitely
shields.
ban Magneto here,
The
especially if you have that
rocket.
cloak. Yeah. So
Oh, they probably saw the
they're
save
banning
from
the
Penny.
team
That
up
makes
here.
sense.
Yeah. So they're banning the team. Honestly, I'd be more worried about the Magneto one shot on the cloak because
Yes.
you know they have been able to protect their Magneto, but gonna have to save that bubble every time. And if it's broken, then the mag will still just one shot the cloak.
TCJ frothing at the mouth, probably knowing that Magneto is still around, rented, of course, hovering over his. And we're also going to see the Angela once again. The Punisher, you got Snow. Depends on what Apple and SB Omega go for.
3 arrows
Um,
could make all the difference.
Yeah, not too sure about
the
that
thing.
cloak save, but I guess they were worried about it getting target banned out. But
I honestly wouldn't even like have thought about banning Cloak. I mean, Cloak is like it's a good character, but I think there's just so many different saves you probably could have gone for. Maybe this is just a character that Flame Spider's really good at, and that's like their main healer. But we are going to see the Jeff come out as well for TCNJ, and this is a very solid team. We're seeing a 3 tank comp. I mean, the thing is probably just gonna dive in, do a lot of damage. Angela as well gonna do the same thing. Magneto just gonna maybe sit back, try to protect the supports as much as possible. But over in Seton Hall, we're seeing Ultron and a Human Torch as well. So
yeah, so that Human Torch and yeah, I'm not sure I like the like the triple tank comp into what Seton Hall is going to be using. So they're bringing that Groot to wall off, but then they also have the Torch as well as the Moon Knight. So a lot of damage coming out, and the Jeff is really only able to heal in a line. So if the tanks stack up correctly, they'll get hit by that Moon Knight, but Jeff will be able to heal them. But I'm not sure it's something that I like too much from the TCNJ side.
we'll see how it goes. And starting off already, a lot of damage. Seton Hall trying to push up as much as possible. Tim, the Punisher, getting hit a lot, but these heals have been working wonders. The Angela pushing up as well, and like you mentioned before, so long as the tanks or even all the players line up correctly, this Jeff is going to do a lot of healing. Otherwise, Invisible Woman is going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. But both these guys back and forth. The Jeff taking a lot of damage right now, not being taken out of the equation just yet as the Angela tries to find her way back to push this Magneto away. Seton Hall not dying just yet. The Magneto very, very low, though, able to heal up. Yeah, so far going back and forth. Already getting the Jeffel, just getting the Groot out of the way, and but gonna
Oh,
die
big
immediately.
shroud right there for the side of Seton Hall, able to dodge the Jeffel and take him out immediately.
And that's the
Very good play
thing.
from the
Jeff
cloak
is
there.
just Jeff is just such a strong support that when you lose one, especially in a two support comp, it's just very hard to come back. And Seton Hall answering back after that Rutgers game with a very, very strong first big team battle in this game and pushing the convoy up very, very quickly.
Yeah, not sure I like the support picks, especially with this 3 tank comp. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think they have the heals to go around, and I don't think that if the team gets disrupted in any kind of dive or any kind of fight that's not very straight on, that they'll be able to keep people up.
Yeah,
But
we're seeing a lot of ults come out from TCNJ. Maybe one of them or two of them are going to use theirs, probably swap off to another healer or even a DPS for that matter. That Angela very, very low, already down to half health. Seton Hall gonna lose a player, gonna lose two of their supports. That's gonna be huge for TCNJ as they try to make this comeback. I only have to deal with the Human Torch and the Moon Knight. Not gonna be able to kill them, but very important for TCNJ to regain the point and push it back as far as possible. You got 3 ults coming out from Seton Hall. We can see Groot trying to root some of these players down very, very soon, but still not finding the opening that they're looking for.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the Moon Knight actually swap to Phoenix. It was a pretty bad stagger there, so they're gonna have to take a while to regroup now.
Yeah.
But definitely not something you like to see on the side of Seton Hall. Big stagger, just slowing the team down.
Yeah, lots of damage off of that Human Torch. That Human Torch gonna go down. Not a good look for Seton Hall as TCNJ is stacked with every single ult potentially. Gets clobbering time off. SB Omega gonna do a lot of damage. Gonna take out the Phoenix. Looking to take out even some more. Seton Hall losing all their players and then some. TCNJ with an amazing ult usage from the Thing and really only had to use 2 ults there. I think that's really important for TCNJ, especially considering the fact that they need to hold this down for another 45 minutes. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, so we are seeing the portal back in, but I just think this Cloak Ultron combo is never going to really work. Just not enough heals to keep the team up at all. You definitely need to go something harder. It looks like they didn't want to swap because of their they had their ults, but I mean, when you're in this scenario and you're playing something like a Torch, which is what we saw go down super early against the Punisher, just in no world is a Cloak Ultron ever going to keep the Torch up. So
yeah, TCNJ gonna lose the Thing, but not for too long. Immediately getting the ult from the Punisher as well, just to gun down everyone potentially. The Human Torch not gonna die just yet. We're also gonna see Obito swap off to the Squirrel Girl. Maybe try and get some damage with that ult, and actually lets it rip, especially down this alleyway. It makes a lot of sense. As the Jeff goes down, both the heals are down for TCNJ. This is the perfect opportunity for Seton Hall to capitalize. Only gets 1 kill off of the Magneto, gets it off the Thing as well. Angela still going to be alive, potentially not for too long if the Invisible Woman can come back, or the Jeff. Very good push right there from Seton Hall.
Yeah, so able to use the support ult well to just win out this fight, but still going to be on this same support comp. So now we're in overtime here. Actually going to be a stagger from TCNJ, so they tried to stop that point there, but big portal coming out with this strange ult. Let's see, yeah, so two going to go down from TCNJ early and not going to be able to stop this. We're going to go on to the next point.
Yeah, so locking in, able to prolong their potential loss. I mean, TCNJ playing well defensively, but now they're staggered. Now they don't have a lot of, I wouldn't say coordination, but they're just not close to each other right now. As the Angela trying to, do some damage, trying to dive in to no avail. TCNJ can't really afford to lose their players as Seton Hall is moving this up basically to halfway at this point. Can someone touch onto the point, or is TCNJ just going to let this go through?
Yeah, no, this is pretty one-sided so far. So just TCNJ's been able to walk up, or Seton Hall's been able to walk up very easily, even with the support combos. Of course, I've said a few times I don't like, but it really hasn't seemed to slow them down. So big Torch ult coming out, Squirrel Girl going to pick up the Angela, and just going to probably push them back on this fight yet again. So
TCNJ losing that first point, I think, really turned the tides for Seton Hall. Because now they have momentum. Now they have TCNJ kind of scrambling around. At first, we were thinking it was going to be TCNJ with the shutout, especially with 4 ults, but haven't been able to use that as well. But actually gets a huge team fight and a complete team wipeout. TCNJ somehow trying to stay in this game. Seton Hall has only 50 seconds to answer back.
Yeah, so we do have this Cloak ult on the Seton Hall side, but of course TCNJ has the Jeff ult, so if they're able to use that very well, and the Magneto does not clap back with his ult, then we could see the game end pretty early here. So gonna have an early pick on that Thing. So again, I just don't think this triple tank into the DPS picks for Seton Hall is going to work, especially with the support picks that TCNJ is running. But 29 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if they're able to regroup in time and hold off this point.
Yeah, they also have to keep in mind that a Jeff ult is going to be activated very soon, especially in the dying embers of this match. Unless they kill the Jeff as early as possible, they also have the ult from the from the Punisher, and going to kill him, going for that. And the ult potentially going to come out? No, just bubbles himself so he can stay alive. And this makes sense. Gets the Invis ult off on the point, we could see Jeff potentially go for it soon, as a last ditch effort to move everyone off. But I think Seton Hall understands that potential threat and is actually trying to space
Yeah.
themselves out. There you go. The ult
Rocket
coming
ult
out from
gonna
the
come out
Jeff.
soon, hopefully for Seton Hall. So able to extend this fight. Jeff ult coming out. Yeah, big ult combo there. Gonna get 2 on both teams.
But not even. Oh,
Not
he
able to
does
get it
kill him,
off.
right? No, he doesn't. So now Seton Hall left with only a few players around. TC&J doing a lot of damage. Can the no, the Strange cannot hold on, and Seton Hall going to be stopped fairly far on that second point. But TC&J locking it in, not letting Seton Hall get anywhere farther. And I think that's going to be really important for TC&J as they go into this next match. Again, losing that first point in the matter that they did, I think kind of ruined their momentum a little bit. Seton Hall gained some. So let's see how they do on defense. Potential swaps. Yes, we see the penny coming out from Seton Hall. This makes a lot of sense. And the rocket as well. So I think that's something that they definitely planned for. Swapping a team around to play defense against TC&J, who doesn't change that team at all. They're sticking with that comp that got them that stop.
Yeah, no, they were so. Of course, Seton Hall was able to get a pretty good rally on those swaps. So when they fixed their DPS picks, they were able to break through and get to that second point. But TC&J just not really able to hold on because honestly, I don't think the Jeff pick is able to match if you're not going to be getting super early picks with your DPS. Is just not a whole lot you can do when you get into a prolonged fight like that, especially in overtime where that invis ult goes up, but then after that you're kind of all scrambled and everybody's on top of each other and not able to pop a second invis ult while Seton Hall's able to stack them. So you had that cloak ult match the invis, but then there was a rocket ult that just went off uncontested, and then the Jeff wasn't able to take anybody out with his ult. So,
Yeah, and already setting up here TC&J. Also, sorry, Seton Hall setting up here. Also going for the blade. Abito's been swapping around, showing off his utility as a player, but let's see if that comes to fruition right now. As Seton Hall getting pushed back slightly with this really good start, knocking out the mines as well. The nests rather, should I say? From Aaron Lit, Seton Hall gonna take a lot of damage. Are gonna be pushed back fairly far. TC&J moving this, kind of turtling up very well using this Jeff. This alleyway actually gonna be very important for this Jeff as they knock out Abito's Blade, who goes to the Wolverine to try and just shred at least one of these tanks, get them out of the equation, and be able to get onto this point. But TC&J is moving this up in very swift fashion.
yeah. Honestly, this penny pick's just not able to take a whole lot of space, especially with what TC&J's rocking, and because they're on defense, they're not
Holy.
able to swap very easily. Yeah, just getting it cleaned up. Just not a whole lot of space they can take, and it's basically one tank versus three because the nests aren't staying up as long as you hope they would, and not
Not
able to
at
do a
all.
whole lot. Big stagger on the Wolverine here is what it looks like.
the, yeah, SB Omega going in on that penny. Very, very good pick just to keep her out of here. And getting the point. 5 minutes to get to where Seton Hall was initially, and that's a lot of time. Let's see if Seton Hall have the endurance to be able to handle this. But TC&J right now looking very, very hot. The thing is going crazy right now, getting some very important picks. Even dealing with the Wolverine, like it's an
Yeah.
interesting counter pick from Seton Hall that just hasn't been working.
Yeah, so I mean, the wolf's nice to have, but you're playing this wolf no more, and you're never really going to be able to kill a triple tank setup, especially with this penny pick. I mean, just not a whole lot to do. I mean, you're gonna have all the ults on the board here, so I expect cloak ult coming out early from the Seton Hall side. Mag is not going to be able to. Oh yeah, Mag will be able to take it out. So great advantage there. Yeah, big kills early on for TC&J. Just gonna clean Seton Hall up again here, and it looks like they're gonna get staggered at least the. No, going to get pushed back, but a lot of space here for the TC&J side.
I think Angela was just doing her job, just keeping everyone off the point, allowing for TC&J to move this slowly towards victory, getting stopped right there, I believe, courtesy
Big
of
strange
the
ult coming
portal.
out. But yeah, you're gonna have support ults coming out on both sides, so gonna keep everybody up with this ult. Looks like the Jeff coming in now. Went down immediately to the penny ult. So not a whole lot that they can do here. But Seton Hall looking strong in this fight, going to be able to keep it alive for a little longer, but
but
still
not for
three and a
long.
half minutes. Yeah.
The Namor
Ooh,
ult
yeah.
coming in, but isn't able to knock off anyone. And TCNJ gonna get their first victory of the night. Seton Hall once again, in a very similar fashion, going to lose their second game in in their three that they play initially. So not a good showing so far from Seton Hall, and it really comes down to indecisiveness, really, within the team comp. The thing is with Rutgers and TCNJ that I can kind of admire is that they're sticking to a plan. They have a plan and they want to stick to it. Whether that be trying to just tank all of the hits with three tanks that TCNJ is going for, or just going for a three support comp that Rutgers went for. They're sticking to it. They don't make too many changes. Seton Hall not don't really know what they want. And I think that's the issue that they're facing. They have so many different options, but none of them are working. So I think they're just panicking in those moments. And
Yeah.
we can kind of see from the stats a very, very well balanced team from TCNJ right there. The MVP going to be the Magneto, who did a lot of damage, 17,000 compared to everyone else. That is insane. Even with the Punisher doing 18, almost 19,000, that's still a lot considering that he was playing Magneto.
Yeah, and definitely going to be interesting to see how teams fight this TCNJ triple tank comp. So not something we've really seen come out in the other teams, but especially important with the DPS picks and the support picks on whether you're going to be able to stay alive with a thing and an Angela diving you, but also Magneto having that one shot combo that can execute a support if you miss position.
Yeah, so like if you're not TCNJ, if you're Seton Hall, I mean, if you're a coach for them, what do you think they should be doing? What should they change up? Maybe characters, maybe tactics, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think that a big issue that's going on the Seton Hall side is just they're not able to get the picks that you really need to win fights. So while other people are able to kind of tunnel up for a while, you have the uh, you know dive tanks and DPSs on the other team just looking for kills wherever they can. And as soon as they pick something, or maybe Jeff goes for an ult and it doesn't end up going well, you're just entirely out of position. Someone goes down and you get cleaned up pretty quickly. But we're also seeing a lot of staggers going on, which
Yes.
is something that's really ruining the tempo and running into. It soaks a lot of time because you have to wait. So say somebody takes 5 extra seconds to die, that's going to be 10 more seconds to respawn. And if somebody died at the beginning of the fight, that's 15 to 20 extra seconds running off that clock there. And in a convoy, it's very important. Even if you're able to get that next point, like what we saw there, it went into overtime, and then they only had a minute and a half to push to the next zone. So even though they had better tempo going into that second point on that first half, they were not able to get there because they just wasted so much time on the first point.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with everything you said there. It's again, I think for Seton Hall, it that division, that kind of staggering we're seeing is potentially due to, again, indecisiveness with team comps. I think they just need to explore potentially this three support comp, especially if they have two very strong tanks in the Magneto. Like they have a lot of players that can play tank. So I think
Yeah,
maybe they go with the cloak, they go with a cloak and invis, and then maybe an Ultron, maybe a rocket, depending on if they want to go with the penny and they're really confident with it. I think you just go with rocket, maybe three supports.
yeah,
That to me makes the most sense because they're dying so much. I think even if they're staggering, at least have a support in positions where they would be staggered so that they could be alive for a little bit longer and stall for their team to kind of regroup, rendezvous at the point, or even back a little bit closer to the spawn. So that's just my insight on that. Let's see what Seton Hall can do against Columbia, which we saw. I think I saw a Moon Knight. I'm not too sure what that comp would be, but again, if Columbia's been watching this, they should take advantage of potentially this bad positioning. I wouldn't even say bad. It's just team fights that are not going Seton Hall's way.
yeah. Honestly, I think for Seton Hall, it's really they're making the right calls on some of their swaps, but they're not doing it fully as a team. So you saw the I think the torch pick coming out and some other things going on with DPS, but they weren't matching two supports that could really play for that. So in some cases they were doing the right things. So maybe in the triple tank you want to pull out a torch, or you want to pull out a Punisher, or if they're all going to stack up, you can pull out a Moon Knight, which is something that we saw try to happen. But for the most part, it just there wasn't a lot of cohesion in terms of the actual characters that they were picking, and I think that really came back to bite them in those larger team fights, especially when both teams got their ults up, and it was really just seeing how one support and a Jeff would go against two regular supports, and just, what they weren't able to come out on top there.
Yeah, and kind of on the note of team cohesion, that's where, the team up abilities really play a big role in Marvel Rivals. Maybe going for a Human Torch combined with the Invisible Woman, Magneto potentially teaming up with someone like Scarlet Witch. Even though Scarlet Witch isn't the best, I still think having that sword is going to be very important. So I think they should really prioritize the characters that they pick, as well as, find the team ups that really do benefit them a lot. Like, even if they go for Groot, get a Jeff, get a Rocket, something that's going to help them out. Team up with their supports. Even, an Angela Thor team up, like I mentioned before, is just going to be very strong to dive in, do some more damage. Again, it really is up to what Seton Hall want to do against Columbia. But I think we're waiting on them to set up. Sorry, I'm just checking up on them. But yeah, so far so good from both Rutgers and TCNJ. Really good games coming out. We're seeing the comp right here from Columbia University, running the usual 2 tank, 2 healer, 2 DPS. Thompson on the Hawkeye as well, so that's gonna be a good character. If he's very accurate with his shots.
Yeah, definitely something that could counter some of these triple support comps, but also a tank shredder, especially with that ult. So something you can actually do is pop that ult, and then if you have some kind of CC ult, so I like to do it with, so actually somebody plays Hawkeye and I play something like Groot, we're able to group everybody up, and if you swap to those explosive arrows with the ult, you can just melt everybody. Definitely something that we could see working out early. Maybe our first Loki pick of the day in this game from the Columbia side.
Columbia banning the Angela. I think they're anticipating potentially a dive comp coming out from Seton Hall. Nobody wants to deal with dive whatsoever, especially with a Loki and a Jeff. That's just something you want to avoid as much as possible. The Emma, once again, being banned from Seton Hall and saving the Magneto. I think that's just a character that they're very very confident with. Maybe some other teams might keep that in mind. Do some research and ban Magneto immediately, but who knows? The Human Torch ban from Columbia as well. So they want to potentially get rid of that team up with Invisible Woman. Should Seton Hall try and maybe run that 3 heal comp? I think they're just going to stick with the 2 though.
Yeah, no, and Torch is just he's very hard to balance because he's kind of got this shotgun napalm attack that
Yeah.
can melt a tank or like two-shot at DPS. Just very hard thing to balance. He came out, he was terrible. Then they buffed him, and he was absolutely broken. Just something that we've seen as a kind of perma ban a lot of the times in these pick ban styles.
Yeah, so a Jeff save as well. They don't want to risk Electric losing, I believe, probably his strongest character. So let's see what Electric can do. I mean, if they are willing to save Jeff, I think that means that Electric is one of, if not their better players, in the team, or at least has so much utility as a support they don't want to risk losing it. So they get rid of the Black Panther. They're literally getting rid of every single dive character that
Yeah,
is
they're
imaginable.
it's interesting. I mean, we haven't seen Seton Hall really play anything on dive. Maybe pulling out the Spider Man, but not something that's been too oppressive. So interesting to see them just target ban a lot of dive here.
I think it's just better not to risk it. They're actually saving both of their
Yeah,
supports. Okay. That's interesting because
yeah,
maybe, other teams are going to keep that in mind and be like, hey, if they're really reliant on these heals, that just means they're most likely going to run a 2 heal comp. Um,
yeah.
if
No,
they're not
definitely.
even willing to save someone like Magneto, for example, or that kind of stuff. So
Yeah,
that's an
definitely
Ultron
something
ban.
interesting to see. I assume that these are pretty heavy comfort picks, but not. it really closes off a lot of what Colombia is able to play. So you're not going to be able to really see flyers or honestly even dive with this kind of comp. So Jeff Loki, I mean, just very limiting on what you can keep alive. If you got a tank, you're going to be able to keep them up very well, but
The
not too
strange
flexible on cover.
ban from Seton Hall as well.
Mm,
They're not letting them go in for a portal, especially with the bans that they have, like nothing for dives, any of that stuff, and the saves too. I think Strange right there is a really really good ban because Strange has the ability to real like you could just swap off to Strange and then boom you're on point, boom you get some ults off. It's a smart ban, but Tanuvi, are we gonna see the Loki? I mean, he was on it for a long time. No, he actually. No, I did not see anything. Yep, he does stay onto the Loki. Electric not going to the Jeff. We're also back on Idrisil. So this map rotation has been quite interesting. Another convoy.
yeah, so I think in this round robin format, at least for Seton Hall, I'm not sure if they're doing it based off map pick, but they might just be doing only convoy today to
Okay,
try
that
to
makes
keep
sense.
it,
That makes
yeah,
sense.
keep it a little more interesting on these single game matchups between schools. Something that is very important to note here is Seton Hall did swap off that Moon Knight, so maybe something they want to think about getting back on. So Colombia's running this Loki and Groot and Cloak and Dagger, so very weak into the Moon Knight. If I saw this comp coming out, I would definitely be trying to swap as soon as possible. But we'll see if that's something they think to do, or if they're going to rock with what they're come out with.
Yeah, I mean the Groot makes sense, but the fact that they saved Jeff and they're not going Jeff with the Groot, it just means he's gonna get shredded, and he's already
Yeah.
dead to start off. This is a really really bad start from Colombia, especially if you lose one of your stronger tanks, forcing the Magneto to really get in there. This Hawkeye is also getting fairly in, but the Loki heal's gonna play a big role in Seton Hall moving this up very, very well, and immediately swaps off to the Doctor Strange right there.
Yeah, and that's just something you have to do if you're going to be playing these supports. So honestly, when I play Groot, if I have a cloak, I either stop playing Groot or I try to get them to swap to something. If you got a snow pick, that's great. If you have a something like even a Loki is very good, but it only has one of your supports. The thing is just if it's not your cloak using that bubble that you see on your screen right now, or if cloak doesn't have ult, then you're going to go down if you get bursted. That's just what tends to happen. And is not something you see if you pick other sports. But
Yeah,
going to be a relatively uncontested push-up here for Seton Hall. Colombia's just kind of getting walked over, but able to get 2 kills on that overextension there, so they will be able to hold off at this point for a little while longer.
no, that's definitely good, and I think the idea with the Loki heals is that they could at least stay close and get some heals off of the Beacon, even the clones, for example. So I think this is a very very smart comp from Colombia, going for 2 shields, and even the Cloak and Dagger just for some far away damage or far away heals. That's what makes Cloak very, very strong. It's just the fact that all of her attacks just lock on to
Yeah.
their allies or even their opponents for that matter.
Yeah, and you did see Colombia pull out that cloak ult. Honestly, not sure how much they needed it with those 2 early picks, but maybe it was very low and didn't want to risk it. But I think that Magneto ult coming out, it didn't happen to connect, but even if it had connected, just not a very good call there. So now they're down this Mag ult, and the Loki will be copying cloak ult most likely. So just not a good use of that. Something to watch out for Seton Hall. But they
Punisher
will be up
down.
a support ult here. But they're not really. They should be pressing their advantage because they had that rocket and that snow ult. So maybe they could have entered with the rocket ult and been able to fight back. But now close at 92% of the ult. Yeah. Two early kills for Colombia. So Seton Hall just had an advantage there and wasn't able to capitalize on it.
No, for sure. And using that one of the support ults
Yes.
a little bit late, especially, that rocket, like you said, maybe just going in with it. And even, going for the ult with the Punisher as well. It's just the placement of that ult was way too late, especially when you lose two
Yeah.
players already. And then Colombia just has a free chance to knock that down. It's tough. And they just keep on getting picked off. So now they have to just stay in spawn, wait for everyone to come back to be able
Hawkeye
to make
match
this
here.
push. Oh.
Uh, I think that this game, I mean, there's honestly not been that many big plays from either team, but the thing that's killing them on the Seton Hall side is just the ult management's not there. Especially on this first point on you just show it's you're whatever 5 seconds away from the fight when you respawn, and
Yeah.
you saw the Punisher pop the ult there. You had the Mag pop it earlier. Just not something that you want to do if if you want to break through this kind of turtle, because then Colombia is able to get back to their ults faster, and you're in this situation where there's two DPS ults and two sub ults on one team, and there's nothing to counter it on the other.
Yeah, the Luna ult actually gonna
Big
help
double kill
Seton
out from the
Hall.
Mag, yeah. So able to clean them up pretty quickly here. In this overtime, Colombia is going to swap onto the Doctor Strange to try to TP back and contest in time, but we are in overtime, so there's that 15-second timer.
Also, having Eye of Agamotto on lock as well. You need to get this portal off as soon as possible. Get in, stun them. The
This doesn't
routes.
look good.
All right, gets it off. Has to jump in immediately. There you go. Popping the ult. No, actually, doesn't even pop off the ult
Yeah,
immediately.
pop out with the cloak, so now
Yeah.
you are going to have this rocket ult come out, but the good thing here is once they break this, there's nothing to keep Seton Hall up, because the Snowheads used the ult in the last fight, so there is
Snow's
a
down,
pretty good
too.
advantage here. Yeah, going to have the res come out on the Seton Hall side, but people going down on both teams. Gonna have Loki go down for Colombia. Only this cloak alive on point. Both supports gonna go down for Seton Hall, both down for Colombia. So now it's just up to the who's still on point. See if they're able to keep it alive. But
And they do. They're able to hold it down. Colombia shutting down Seton Hall in a very, very close match, especially with both of the supports down. Like you said, it really just comes down to who can live, who can hit their shots, who can kill first. And Seton Hall, unfortunately, not going to be the recipient of any of those awards. Colombia going to now go on to attack Seton Hall. You got to rethink a lot of different options. We're going to see the Groot. I do want to see the Rocket, or at least the Jeff, like we mentioned before. Team cohesion going to be so important for Seton Hall here.
yeah, and I think that last fight really came down to just how, again, Seton Hall used their ults going into that. I mean, you had issues with people popping it at the wrong times, but in that scenario, I think that on the fight before, it would have been a lot better to enter with a rocket ult and put it in a more defensive position, because when it came to that portal, they were really able to put it right down on point, and then they walked out with a cloak ult, and the only thing that Seton Hall had to clap back, instead of a 12-second snow ult, they had this rocket ult that got bursted in maybe 3 seconds, and then they just got picked apart while Cloak's ult was still down on the Columbia side.
No, for sure. We're going to see how they set themselves up here in defense, or rather, Colombia in attack. Like I said before, sticking with the same team. They have no reason to really swap off, and Seton Hall trying to play a little bit more defensively, going with the 2 support, 2 tank, 2 DPS per usual. I think, Moon Knight here is not even that bad. Getting an Onk down, just doing as much damage potentially when they're in spawn. Not going to be able to get that Onk down. Even if they did, probably just got rid of it immediately. Yeelord doing a very good job at doing so much damage, keeping the Onk up as much as possible, pushing that Groot back, pushing that Snow back as well. Seton Hall, again, no real answers. Columbia just slowly walks their way through, and it's a tale as old as time in when we've been watching Seton Hall.
Yeah, you have this Bucky on the side looking for picks, but probably going to back off, not able to get anything. Something really important here with the Moon Knight Groot interaction. So Columbia happened to walk out with this Moon Knight when Seton Hall got on Groot. Is they're really, if you're able to hit Groot early, you're able to stack up this Moon Knight ult, which is what we saw, but it wasn't able to pay off too much with the placement, just throwing it right on point. Usually what I try to do in a situation like this is you jump up and you drop it behind them on the ramp, so that they either have to walk up into you and break position, or they have to try to fall back, and they'll probably end up dying to it. Invis ult is going to be up here soon on the Seton Hall side, but placement not going to look good, and then they're going to end up canceling it. Rocket pulled in, gonna get taken out by Bucky. That's a big pick there for Seton Hall, able to keep this alive. Snow ult going to come out, and Cloak's going to match, so this will be a bit of a stalemate for a tiny bit, but Rocket will have to walk a good bit, the Seton Hall support will take a while to get back compared to the Rocket.
Yeah,
Coming
no,
out in that Moon Knight ult, just gonna get cleaned up right here.
Yeah, I have Agamotto coming out and immediately ripping that ult off from the Rocket. It is lights out and a shutout for Seton Hall in their first 3 games. An amazing showing from everyone else, but an unfortunate turn of events for Seton Hall as they go 0-3 and everyone goes 1-0 against Seton Hall. So back to the drawing board for Seton Hall, it seems, as they try to find their way back into this. Again, 3 more games left to be played for them. So it's not impossible for them to, make this comeback. However, everyone else already off to a great start. As expected, the Moon Knight from Colombia being your MVP there. He just did so well in that attack, getting his onks down, not letting Seton Hall break them as quickly as they want to. And that just comes down to his team as well, making sure that they protect the onk, something that's so important at dealing damage and just dispersing all of Seton Hall's players. So again, chances to win, aplenty. But next
Yeah.
up in their next set of matches, and I'm going to get that real quick, is actually going to be TCNJ as they face Rutgers to start off their run. And already, like we said, a very strong start against Seton Hall. We're going to see 3 supports versus 3 tanks. So that, I think, is going to be a very, very fun matchup between both of the teams. What comp do you think kind of makes it out as the victors there? The 3 supports or the 3 tanks?
Well, it definitely depends on if Rutgers is going to stick with the 3 supports. I think TCNJ is probably going to run that 3 tank. It looks
Yeah.
like just they have 3 tank players, and it's probably what's going to end up happening. But I think the more important thing for Rutgers is what are they going to do to counter that? Maybe not with triple support and keeping people alive. It might actually just be in what DPSs they pick or in how they play their tanks to kind of try to take space against 3. Because when you're in that scenario, if you try to hold 1 versus 3 on the tank side, you're probably just going to get run over. Definitely going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean, you can go for Wolf and try to just, get at least 1 tank down. But I think what Rutgers could do is actually maybe try and go for a dive heavy team. I mean, I know they have an Angela. They could
Yeah.
probably go Thor. We could potentially see like a BP come out. And even Spider Man. Like, there's a lot of options to really hit that back line. And that's going to be
Mhm.
important because, I mean, these tanks have so much health. At some point, you kind of just want to get rid of that healing ability and then just try and whittle down on those tanks because the moment that the tanks are down, the supports are going to be up and they have to wait anyway. So I think that could be a viable strategy that Rutgers implements against TCNJ. But it's going to be a thing of impenetrable wall versus, oh sorry, unstoppable force versus immovable wall between Rutgers and TCNJ.
Yeah, I think it'll really come down to how well Rutgers can take out the supports because in that triple tank comp, I think it's actually just how well they can defend the back line. I mean, last time you had a very defensive comp. I mean, you had a Thing, you had an Angela, so great peel, but also you had a Magneto able to bubble on a quick dive. So I think Rutgers has some great dive players, and it will really come down to whether those DPSs are able to take out the supports before the tanks end up rolling over the whole team.
Yeah. And we couldn't necessarily see, like, we can't really gauge too much of what TCNJ or Rutgers want to do because they only played 1 game against Seton Hall versus, like, both of them, of course. So we could get a lot more information here in this next match, potentially what answers they have, maybe even other players, counter picks that they have to different comps. We talked about it before the stream started, right? Where Rutgers was trying to compare and contrast not only player levels but also potentially like getting different characters out, maybe getting someone that plays more of these diving DPs or support that's able to kind of just be everywhere all at once. So we'll see what Rutgers has to do. We'll see what the president of the Marvel Rivals team at Rutgers has to offer. And for TCNJ, I think that they just stick together and they're chilling.
Yeah, no, definitely. Rutgers has a pretty deep roster, so I think a lot more flexible than some of the other teams we've seen. I think something that's really held some teams back is what they're maybe more comfortable on playing, and sometimes the other team comes out with something that you need to be playing counters to, and they're just not able to keep up because they don't have enough reps, or maybe they just don't have people that have been playing that character in the past. So
Yeah,
well,
for sure. It looks like they're still setting up right now, but yeah, I mean, very, very good game so far. I mean, what's your opinion so far on what you've seen, Linky?
I think that there's a lot of good on a lot of the teams. I mean, you saw Rutgers and Columbia really stomp their games, but I think that it's interesting to see the TC&J triple tank comp. I haven't really seen it work as successfully as it did in that game. I think Seton Hall, like they just need to really figure out a couple issues that they have in terms of their old management and in how they're making plays. Because something I noticed on Seton Hall is, yes, there's not a whole lot of picks coming out, but the major things that are going on are more macro issues with when they're using which ult. And I think a big thing is when they should just consider a fight over, because a big thing in a game like this, so something like your Marvel Rivals, your Overwatch, is when a fight is over, you should die as quickly as possible, and you shouldn't be wasting ults. But that's something that Seton Hall has had a bit of issues with managing. I mean, you see people popping ults when they're already down a person or two, or a support goes down early, and you end up popping the other ult, and then you come back, and it's maybe just not optimal in terms of what you have left. So just big staggers coming out, and that's something that other teams have struggled with too, but nobody as much as Seton Hall did in that last game.
Yeah, no, definitely knowing when a fight's over, when you should at least back off or like regroup is very important because, like you said, it prevents staggering. It prevents this need to really wait for everyone to come back together. Like separately. Like it could like it's a difference of everyone dying and then coming back in 5 seconds versus two or three people staying alive and now you have to wait 20 seconds to regroup. So it's like it's that mentality that you kind of have to accept. It's like okay, we can take a loss here. There's still a lot of time left to be played. Like over time, you can play for as long as you want. You can play indefinitely if you really wanted to. It's just a matter of being able to get your picks off, get your kills, be able to farm for your ults, all that kind of stuff. So Seton Hall gotta be on point with those, but everyone else so far very very good showing. A lot of different team comps that we've seen as well.
Yeah, and I think that something that I want to see a lot more in these games is ult tracking. So I think there were a lot of scenarios where somebody either reactionary, like somebody just happened to pop a portal, and in a two-on-two support comp matchup, it's just if you're up two support ults on one, I mean, you pop the first one and get some good offensive going on, they're going to have to use theirs defensively, and then you can just steamroll them on the second ult. So it's something that, especially in a game of like Convoy, so when it's a domination and a more point cap setup, I mean, you maybe get 20% out of something like that, but in Convoy, you can get almost the entire point. So definitely important to look for going forward.
Yeah, for sure. And you kind of can see some star players come out for, each team. I don't know the name of the person, but the Moon Knight from Colombia playing a very big role in the team, really working around and playing around, that the kind of player. Rutgers, I think and this could be biased. I think they just have that cohesion. Very, very strong players all around.
Yeah,
Not to say that they don't rely on one person, but even TC&J for that matter. They're all well balanced. They're all doing their part, doing damage, healing as much as possible, blocking all that damage as well. So, it's a matter of you have this one player that everyone revolves around or is able to revolve around versus everybody working off of each other, and it's just so important, really, in comps where you want a turtle where you want to play together to be able to help each other out, because if you're not able to and you're trying to play quote unquote solo, then it's just not going to work out. You're going to see so many picks, you're going to see everybody get scattered, and all of a sudden you lost a point despite being so defensively sound and for the entire like 4 to 5 minutes.
yeah, and it should be interesting to see what kind of bans are coming out on the TC&J side, because of course in that Rutgers first game against Seton Hall, you had a lot of people making just a lot of plays throughout the game. I mean, at one point you had them trying to counter out that Ultron, and I think he ended with like 15 finals or something, just something
Jeez.
that Seton Hall wasn't able to deal with. But I mean, No Binds dropped like 21 finals on the Emma, and that's just one of the many tanks in that arsenal. So going to be super interesting to see what they kind of just let go through and what they think they really need to take out of the pick ban phase, because that is a very important thing depending on what comp you're going to be playing.
Yeah, even the Magneto over at TCNJ at one point had like 16 final hits, was the MVP, got
Yeah,
almost literally the same amount of damage as their Punisher did, Tim. So it's like, it's
yeah,
insane, you know, what these tank players can do, and really how this game kind of revolves around tanks and supports. Not to say the DPS don't have, you know, their utility, but it's so important to have a good tank and so important to have a good support before you really have a DPS, because these guys like tanks and even DPS in this game can really do that. They can do the damage. They can get these kills. That's why, you know, I've seen three tank, three heals work so well, is because, you know, they're able to get at least one healer per tank, get their damage off. Just pick off of each other. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter the stats. The final hits are what matter the most. You can do as much damage as possible as long as your team is able to get the kills and really like collaborate, not collaborate, but contribute to these team fights. It's going to be really important compared to a single person's stat.
sure. And it looks like our this game should be going through soon. We had a bit of a crash, but we should be getting into the first TCNJ round robin against Rutgers in a second here.
Yes, I believe we had a technical issue. One of the players had crashed. So, you know, we've been on a very strong 4 minute yapping session. We can, you know, keep on going on. Of course, that's what us casters do. But yeah, no, I mean, it's very, I think this event is very, like, we've only seen 3 games, but even so, it's been very, very fun. And I'm willing to admit that I'm not, you know, the best rivals player. I've only, you know, I'm only a silver, but with my even extensive knowledge, it's been very fun to watch these guys play. You know, some players that are in Celestial, Diamond, Grandmaster, one of them all, you know, really play. You learn a lot when you watch these guys be able to collaborate. Again, like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, team chemistry, such an important you know, thing to consider within, you know, different schools. Seton Hall, I wouldn't say didn't have the best chemistry. It's just they needed to be able to communicate some issues a little bit more. And I think that going back to the drawing boards, going to be very important. Rutgers, TCNJ, Columbia. We'll see if they have issues when they play against other teams. Right now, Seton Hall, I think they just got figured out very, very quickly.
Yeah, no, I think it really just comes down to maybe players getting nervous or not too sure on who's going to use what. I think that's something, especially the supports need to be communicating earlier on. Just if this happens, I'm going to ult first immediately.
Hmm.
Luckily, we haven't seen any double ults going on, so they've been very good about not mismanaging in that way. But a lot of times where maybe an ult should have been popped or a fight should have just been given early on, where they just stretched it out, wasted time, wasted ults, and eventually just lost the round because of it.
Yeah, no, and it's timing is just so important. You mentioned it before, every second counts in this game. So any second that you can keep your teammates alive and they can stay on the point is time for your team to come back. Your time for your team to get some damage off and then eventually be able to pick off. So yeah, I think we're finally gonna get started. TCNJ gonna get their usual team. Emerald Pine was a very, I think Rented was the player that I mentioned before, was able to get 16 final hits, a lot of, you know, utility with the Magneto, and essentially their MVP of the first match. So yeah, I want to see more from him. Maybe other players, SB Omega as well, just a very very good utility player with the thing that we saw earlier on. Even no binds, for example, in Rutgers, and their Ultron were just so good. Are they? Okay,
It
part of
looks
me
like
feels like they
Rain's
want to do like a
crashed out again.
Willow Roulette, which is funny. Oh no, Zero crashed out again. At least he crashed out during the ban phase. I think that's going to be important. At least they could pause before the game starts so he comes back. But again, this is an issue that Rutgers faces. They might have to swap a player, but I think the fact that they want to keep Zero in just shows how good he is.
Oh yeah,
Potentially part of the A team as well,
that must be what it is. Rain's just indisposable, and they don't want to get rid of him.
which
I'm
is
getting
tough.
word that his Wi-Fi appears to have gone out, so not sure how long this delay will be or if he'll come back at all. But definitely hoping to see some more Rain gameplay today.
For sure, for sure. Let's see some of these bans. We got Human Torch and Emma banned from TCNJ, and the Magneto also getting removed on the Rutgers side. Also getting rid of Venom and Ultron. Hey, they knew how strong that Ultron was, so they want to get rid of that threat immediately. Luna Snow
Yeah.
also getting banned, but keeping the Emma, that makes a lot of sense. Also keeping their own Snow. So, they have a game plan. They know exactly what they want. Losing that Ultron is a bit annoying, but I think No Jet has a different character in mind to potentially play, unless they're just gonna run this Widow roulette for some reason.
Yeah, no, so it looks like they might be playing a more dive comp. So they did end up banning that Emma early on the Rutgers side, but
Hmm.
they've also taken out the Snow, which is, in my opinion, probably the strongest healer in the game, and especially when healing tanks, a very great healer to have because when you activate that shift, that Snow clap, it just gives so much healing, and you're able to really, honestly, you can out heal even two people's bursts at the same time. Also going to have an Ultron ban on the other side, so going to be interesting here. Torch is technically open for Rutgers if they want to play it, but let's see if that's something they end up doing. Into this triple tank comp, you kind of need enough damage to burst them, but you also need to be able to take care of the backline. I think, if possible, maybe Rain would come back and play the Moon Knight. So playing into this
Hmm.
Cloak Loki comp could be very successful, especially with a thing. Just aside from the mag, they'd be able to really tear through them, and it's an absolute counter pick to something like Loki.
Yeah,
Um,
getting Ichika Heaven off of that Snow, which really did help out that 3 tank comp that we mentioned before. So Rutgers understanding their strengths. I think we're on Spider Island. Yes, we are. Um, and I think Zero Rain is back with the
yes.
Phoenix, so that's gonna be interesting. Running
Yeah.
it 2 heals this time, not gonna run the 3 support line that they were against Seton Hall. So that could change up a lot. Maybe they understand that it's 3 tanks. They want to get rid of them as quickly as possible. So Human Torch gonna do a lot of damage. Their Luna Snow, for example, also gonna be able to heal up very very quickly. Adam X and I don't know, Epic gonna play a big role, but already off to the first um, team fight that we have. Rutgers on defense, TCNJ gonna be attacking, and starting off, it's again a stalemate. You can't really say too much from both these teams. TCNJ keeping all their tanks alive, but not for too long. Actually, Sagittarius almost down. They're Loki over at TCNJ, almost
Yeah.
dying. We're seeing very, very close, but so far from the health bars, I can see Rutgers has been dominating so far. I say that as CCNJ is moving this point
Yeah.
fairly quickly.
So yeah, a couple things here that I'm seeing in the game from Rutgers that you didn't see from Seton Hall against TCNJ into this triple tank comp is they're kind of picking the more cohesive thing. So they've got this support comp where they're running both Snow and so early ult coming out from close by the way, but they're running this Snow and Invis comp, so they're able to keep people alive a lot better. Not going to be able to hold on right here. Novine's going down early, just maybe not able to take as much space, but when you're running that comp, you're able to keep this Human Torch alive for a lot longer. So definitely something that we've seen here that didn't happen against this Punisher last time.
Yeah, Strange going down for Rutgers as well, so they just kind of
Yeah,
traded tanks, but still alive. Had to be pushed back, and like you said before, right? It's this knowing, this knowledge that hey, this is not a team fight that is worth fighting. We go back, we let them potentially get point, and then we rethink because you have 3 ults right now. Zero Rain going in with the Human Torch, immediately letting that ult rip, as well as the Snow ult. Everyone's letting their ults rip right now.
yeah. So we're gonna have the
Rutgers more than
Snow come
TCG.
out. TCNJ has not used their second portal yet, but I think the Loki might have just copied for it. Rutgers gonna be able to win
Oh,
this fight early
wow.
and lose the Loki ult. So TCNJ lost the Loki ult without getting it off. That's big for Rutgers. So now they'll be even on the support ults.
Even on the support ults, and also being able to, I mean, only keeping the Angela alive is fine because at least you get all of, everyone out. And what we're seeing, a difference in all these other games that these guys are willing to just retreat. These guys are willing to stay alive as much as possible. They understand that even just the threat of having that character alive can play a big role. Force, Rutgers to play a little bit more safe as
Yeah.
they're pretty in right now against the
Yeah,
TCNJ.
there's a big gap in the support ults right now. So TCNJ has that cloak ult back already, but Loki's gonna go down early. I think that this torch pick has just been very good in terms of harassing the backline and support. So
Mm.
just not something that you want to do against triple tanks. Is you don't want to let the supports just run for free because they'll never let their tanks die. But if you're able to just fly above the front line and hit on the back, well, it's not gonna be too favorable for Rutgers in this fight. Gonna go down early.
Yeah,
I think
everyone
that
got picked
this,
off very, very quickly. It was just one after another. And so Rutgers
yeah,
going to lose that first point. TCNJ with a very, very strong answer back to that team fight that got Rutgers, a little bit of that point, a little bit of time to kind of waste. But TCNJ going to move. I mean, 3 minutes on the second point is very, very good. They hide
yeah,
behind, a building just to you take some damage just for a little bit as Rutgers tries to find an opening to no avail. I mean, everyone's trying to, hit their shots. That Magneto over at TCNJ putting up that shield very well. Rented so far has been the MVP of this match, keeping everyone alive. As I say that, TCNJ going to lose 2 players immediately.
yeah. Early kills going out, so they will be close to their spawn, but they're gonna have to walk this one out. They do have both their support ults coming up, which Rutgers has been sitting on for a while. So let's see if they're able to kind of keep up in that regard. So 5 ults on both sides. Definitely going to be a bit of an ult dunk fight here. The only way it's not is if Novines is able to get that Emma ult off before their support ults get activated.
Yeah, and I think that's what I like from both of these teams, that they're not willing to just let their ults rip. They're waiting
Yeah,
for the
so
right moment.
it looks like that is what happened there. So they got 2 very early kills before the cloak ult gets off. And this is honestly a wasted cloak ult. So this is very big for Rutgers, not only because they're able to win this fight, but Cloak popped that ult kind of panicking and probably should have held on to it because they'd already lost at least one person during that Emma ult, which not only can CC you and pull you in, but it also silences your ult, so you're not able to pop it during that. Especially being this close to spawn, they probably should have held that. So now Rutgers has 2 invincibility support ults, while TCJ only has the Loki.
And I feel like that's the second time that Cloak ult has been silenced by that Emma. So maybe that's what No Binds is going. That's what Rutgers is going for. They understand the
Yeah, I know.
utility and just the importance of that Cloak ult. Maybe they're just waiting for them to rip it, and then the Emma immediately answers back by ripping his own. But we're seeing the invisible
Big kill
woman.
coming out on the Human Torch from the
Yes.
Magneto ult, but no more support ults for Rutgers, actually. They matched 2 for 1, which is maybe not what you want to see, but I guess they were worried about that. Big Angel ult coming out, yeah, just gonna clean up the Rutgers side, so they're gonna need to regroup, maybe die quickly here.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like Strange was going to jump off the map.
Makes sense. Like you said before, you
Wanted
kind
to
of
die
just
as quickly as possible,
Yep.
but maybe a bit more of a stagger right there than you'd want for a couple players on the Rutgers side.
With no ults as well, and of course TCNJ holding on to that cloak and dagger ult. Emma maybe panicking a little bit there, tried to just get an ult off, get some damage, CC, but there was just nobody around.
Yeah,
Possibly they were all dead, so maybe a waste of an ult there. Rutgers though still has a lot of time. TCNJ moving this up fairly well. Still has 25 seconds left to get this at least to the second point. Rutgers gonna try and stall as long as possible. The Human Torch gonna go down. And a little bit of a glass cannon right there of a character.
yeah. This
Unfortunate.
cloak ult's just probably gonna clean up this fight pretty well. Jeff gonna pick up 3, but they're gonna die before they're able to get anything off. So
Yeah.
yeah, what you were saying with that Human Torch going down early, so Rutgers swapped off of the Invis for the Jeff. I'm not too sure on that pick. Just in general, not just the team up and the overshielding and the regen that Human Torch gets from the Invis team up, but just cohesion in terms of the right click shield and the very strong heals just makes Torch a lot more unstoppable.
Yeah, I think they're trying to prioritize maybe heals more than team ups, which I completely understand. You kind of just want to stay alive as long as possible, especially in the last point on Spider Islands. So it really is up to the Rutgers side to just get as much damage off, stay alive, because I know that, I don't know, Epic is going to be able to heal these guys very well, as well as Adam X, who does have a snow ult, so in the event that anyone is close to dying, you just let that rip, and then...
Yeah,
Oh.
it looks like on the Rutgers side, Rain DC'd again.
No!
So they've been in a 5v6 for a little bit, I think, but not something you would want to see. Yeah, Rain out of the match again, so we'll see if he's going to come back in this half or if they're just going to have a really good offense.
Yeah, really good defense right now. Getting the Jeff and the Luna Snow ult. Just gonna knock them down. There you go. Taking
Yeah.
both down with them. This is still has potential to be able to defend this. Again, not having the Jeff. The Snow going down. No heals. And Rutgers is gonna get completely wiped out there. Even if TC&J gets to this point, at least it is at 0 seconds. At least it's into overtime. So Rutgers can kind of answer back. I think at this point they might want to swap out Zero Rain. Oh, he's back. He goes in with the magic, trying to make a difference right now. But is it too late? The Human Torch dying very early as well. Again, I think maybe the Human Torch, strong character, is just
Yeah, well,
not
very
working
strong
out.
character. You need to play around it, and ever since they swapped off and got on that Jeff, which did just pay off right there. They got that double kill, one being a support in the last fight, but just not going to be able to take care of this very well. No bind's going in, but this Punisher shotgun does a whole lot of damage. Big kill there with Angela, able to pull in the Loki. So Rutgers will be down a support here in this fight. They are
Wait, that's a
support
huge
comp
Jeff ult. That is an
very big
amazing
Jeff
Jeff
ult. Gonna
ult.
get off with 3. Let's see if that's able to pay off. Rain does have a magical, gonna activate that, but there is a local down, so we'll see if he's able to stall for long enough for people from Rutgers to TP back, get back in this fight.
Darkchild playing a huge role there.
Yeah,
Zero
no,
Rain
very
getting
big stop
DC.
right before the end in overtime.
Even
So
with that ult too, like that Darkchild coming in and at least knocking off one of the players was really big.
yeah, no, that Jeff ult was just very large because of course they got 3, but it was also overtime. They got 3 people on a 15-second timer and not able to get back with a portal in time.
Yeah, so let's see how Rutgers does on this offense. I mean, very close match between both these guys. Let's hope the Zero Rain doesn't DC. Nothing goes wrong there. Even with the Zero Rain DC, Rutgers was holding down the fort with 5 people, so that's insane. But having the ults, the support ults when they needed it the most, I think really did help out. And also swapping off of, I believe it was the Human Torch to the Loki just to keep their players alive. I think that was also very useful right there for Rutgers. But he's going to Bucky on the tech.
30 seconds before you attack.
All right, TCJ gonna play basically the same team that they've been playing this entire time. Rutgers gonna stick with the Jeff, gonna stick with the Snow. I believe Jeff and Snow do have a team up. I'm not too sure. I could also get fact checked on that. But nonetheless,
Yeah,
Rutgers has
they
a
took that one out a while
no.
ago, I believe.
Yeah, I'm an old player. Oops.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I haven't been playing as much for the last couple months, but
Mm-hmm.
pretty sure that one has not been active for a little bit. They did
Yeah.
rework it at some point as well. It used to be the permanent power up, but then it was you get to activate it to have a certain number of attacks with the snow team up. But I think it's since just been deactivated. But Rutgers was able to make that big stop. So if they're able to capture the 3rd point here, which TC&J was not able to, they'll be able to clean it up quickly. But if not, they'll have to go on to overtime. 2 early kills coming out from the Rutgers side on TC&J, down a tank and their only DPS. I'm not sure how much I like this Namor pick. I guess they want to try to take care of this magic, but honestly, not even the best pick into magic. So we'll see if they're able to do something here.
I mean, the turrets, the squids are just going to do some fairly good chip damage, and also Namor can heal himself. So I think that having that as a DPS is not the worst idea whatsoever. Plus, that ult just has a big radius, is able to stun some players as well. So maybe they're trying to go for that. Maybe they're trying to stun the support and then try to get some picks off, even on the Bucky as well. But the Luna Snow gonna go down. The Bucky gonna follow suit as Rutgers forced to use the Emma ult right there.
Yeah, so gonna go down with the Luna Snow ult still up on the Rutgers side, but it does look promising in this fight. Big ult coming out right there. Let's see if they're able to keep this going on to the point. Yeah, able to take out the cloak right there. Got a little too close to the Strange, and that E just hits everything around it. So Loki stalling as much as possible. Probably going to copy the Luna Snow actually. So they're going to stall this point for another 12 seconds. Gonna match the full. It is 4 on the TCNJ side. But,
Oh,
very
that's
big ult there.
huge. That's a huge kill right there from TCNJ, getting rid of that ult as soon as possible. Rutgers holding on as long as possible, almost gets to the point, not quite yet, has to push him off and is able to do so. A team fight, very important right there for TCNJ. Sorry,
Yeah,
for Rutgers, as they have 4 minutes on the clock to move on to the second point, whereas TCNJ had a little bit less compared to Rutgers. But
yeah,
yeah, no,
pretty
that Luna
pretty
ult,
good
I thought it
stall
was
there.
over. Yeah.
But Rutgers will have this Jeff ult early, so they could try to push that to their advantage now that Nomor's wasted his ult. Of course, they do still have the Magneto if they decide that's what they want to counter, but they will be down a second, just great support ult. So um, Luna going to be behind both of the TCNJ supports on building that ult up.
Yeah, Omega trying to just do some damage on at least the Strange, not gonna be able to do so, and the ult coming out from Jeff as well. Just gonna kill. I
Yeah,
believe that
goes the
is.
cloak.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
That's
a big
huge.
kill to pick up, yeah. So Rutgers going to steamroll through the second point. It's only been a little less than a minute since they capped the first one. So Penny going to try to touch here pretty quickly, it looks like. Or big swap coming out on this. I'm not sure I like the Penny swap. I guess they're trying to take care of Magic again, but we'll see if they're able to do that or if Lucky's going to be able to clean up those nests.
Eye of Agamotto comes out,
Yeah,
but
popping this, so they kind of just they realized they don't have a support invincible, so they decided to kind of sack the strange ult to just wait it out, but not going to be a very good play. Just going to end up going down anyways, and now they're down that ult.
yeah, but Zero Rain actually
wow.
racking up some kills right there with Darkchild. Can he get a little bit more? No, he's actually gonna stall enough for the team to potentially come back. And Jeff's here. Jeff has the ult as well,
looking
so
for this cloak down here, or just right on top of point. Once they take out cloak, they win this fight.
and they do.
Yeah, so
And the Jeff is able to pick up on the cloak once again, nullifying them for a little bit. And is so close to pushing the point, but the Namor ult, like I mentioned before, coming in to just push off some Rutgers players to no avail as they get to the third point with 3 minutes left on the clock. This is looking very promising for Rutgers, but you can't count TCNJ out just yet, as Emerald actually goes off of the Penny into the Moon Knight. We're swapping off of the 3 tank to 2 with 2 DPS and 2 heal. Sagittarius off of the Loki as well, going into the Rocket. And so far, not too bad, being able to kill that Bucky off and making him waste that ult.
Yeah, so this was really the counter you were talking about before with the way to take care of this triple tank setup from TCNJ is maybe try to play dive and take out the supports early, which is what they've been able to do either through a Jeff ult or through the Magic. Actually going to go double dive now, so they got on the Psylocke off of that Bucky thing. So they've really committed to just trying to absolutely shut down the supports and then just clean up the rest of the team, which has been going pretty well, but now definitely at a standstill a lot more so than the last 2 points. Cloak gonna match this ult for Rutgers, so Luna gonna have a little less time on the clock, but we'll see if they're able to backpedal and regroup. Snake gonna go down on the Doctor Strange, and it looks like Rutgers is gonna back up and try to stay alive and regroup as quickly as possible.
Yeah, didn't trust the Psylocke, so we're going to see No Jet go off to the Iron Man. And Adam going to come back, not with too many ults. I mean, you have the Jeff ult, you have Darkchild unlocked for Zero Rain, but he's very close to dying, actually staying alive right there. The Jeff ult gets popped off. How many people can you pick up? Able to pick up a good amount of people. Actually able to kill the Moon Knight right there.
Yeah,
Namor also really down.
Yeah, 4 down for TCNJ. So they will have another chance to fight back here. Namor getting a bad stagger there. Probably wants to die faster, but they are going to come back in time. Rain's going to pop this ult to try to hold them back.
Oh, I
he
love
gets
that.
This rocket. Yeah, he got this rocket, so very, very strong position to be in this fight. But Epic's going to go down for Rutgers, so now it's 1 support on each team. So it's really going to be up to how well Adam's base.
Oh, that's huge!
Yeah, no, very, very big kills from Rain. Able to take down both supports in that fight.
Able to get the win right there. Rutgers on a very close game against TCNJ. TCNJ kind of needed all the time to get to where they were. Rutgers had a lot left in the tank. But that sneak from Zero Rain with the Dark Child all was so important. It kept a lot of the players that were dead in TCNJ spawn back, didn't let them touch point. Even if they did touch point, they had players that were ready to knock them off of it or at least get the kill. So Rutgers 2-0 against a very strong TCNJ team. Nonetheless, in an intense match from both of those teams.
Yeah, let's take a look at the stats here. Again, just the finals very spread out on the Rutgers side. I mean, Rain getting 21, pulling out that magic, and being able to put out some great work even after disconnecting. But just across the board, Jeff getting 13 in that MVP, very,
Yep.
very good. So it's something we've seen a lot is the Jeff picks, and especially if you've been solo queuing, you've seen Jeff picked a lot more than in the past, but very hard to actually make work well because it's a combo of using your heals correctly to keep people up because it's a little less flexible than other ones, but it's a lot of healing per second. So when it comes to pocketing a tank, it's maybe your best pick. But those ults were very large throughout the game, just grabbing supports as much as possible, even more so than tagging multiple people, just trying to get a single support and toss them off the map. And that triple support or the triple grab that happened very early on in the first half at the very end. They were able to grab three and go off the map, put them all on timer, and stop TCNJ from capping that third point.
Yeah, and it was really smart from sorry, really smart from the Jeff to be able to get rid of the cloak and dagger because if you guys saw on that stat line, he had like 54,000 like healing, which is insane. So being able to get rid of the main healer of that team was really important, especially in moments where they were trying to hold it down or even when they were trying to go for an ult or like they thought that they were going to go for it. Just taking it off, just taking at least one factor off and forcing them to go back and respawn is just really good. Taking them out of the fight for at least 20 seconds. So shout out Ichikawa Heaven for a very, very good support showing, but even more for I don't know Epic for getting the MVP as well too. Honestly, no one's surprised. He played such a big role. Rented getting the SVP for TCNJ and once again showing just how valuable of a player he was. Did a lot of damage, was able to protect a lot of his teammates, but Rutgers super, super good at just flooding that back line.
Yeah.
Essentially those supports were just invalidated for the most part, and even getting kills off of Omega, who we saw against Seton Hall was just so good, but against Rutgers didn't pose much of a threat. Sometimes he would kill the Strange, but it just wasn't enough. And forcing TCNJ off of that 3 tank comp was really important for Rutgers as well because that's what worked against Seton Hall, but Rutgers showing, hey, you're going to have to think of a few other things to be able to beat us. So 2-0 for Rutgers, again, the home team here at this Marvel Rivals tournament. Once again, shout outs to the other 3 schools, TCNJ, Seton Hall, and Columbia, for being able to show up on this very, very nice Friday on October 3rd. Also to the new viewers at home, this is our first mini event here with Rutgers Esports being hosted by, a club, student run organization. You guys can see more of Marvel Rivals in the future when we run some of our events. Scarlet Nightmare actually going to be happening very, very soon in this month, October 25th at the Bush Student Center. If you guys want to come out, show some support to all the student run clubs. Smash is going to be there. You're going to see Rivals, Overwatch, Valorant, all that kind of stuff. And you guys are going to see a bunch of, cool artists at the Artist Alley to be able to buy some stuff. So definitely check it out. Mark it on your calendars, October 25th. Basically, the entire day is just going to be a gaming fest. You guys can see a lot of different other activities too. So it's definitely an event that you guys won't want to miss out. But this is kind of just a prelude to what Rutgers is going to be able to do, especially as a fairly newer club competitively.
Yeah, no, and definitely a great game there. Rutgers was really able to figure out the triple tank comp from TCNJ. Had some struggles early on, especially on that defensive side, kind of getting run over on the first 2 points, but able to figure it out. So it looks like the counter there is going to be the dive, and it'll be interesting to see how TCNJ decides to ban against Rutgers in the rematch that will be happening later on. So I believe that's in 5 or 6 games. So a lot of content coming out here before that'll happen, but will be great to watch.
Yeah, so we're gonna go up against Colombia starting immediately. Yeelord was the Moon Knight that we saw in that game against Seton Hall that got the MVP, just doing a lot of damage. We could see potentially a dive here with the Iron Fist. Not a bad idea whatsoever. We saw already kind of a dent in the armor for TCNJ where you're so strong in terms of tanking, like taking all the damage, but when you lose your heals, it's just it feels like it's so difficult for them to be able to come back. Ichika Heaven hopefully gonna stay with the Luna. I mean, the Cloak is doing a very good job. Don't get me wrong, but I think if Ichika is able to keep on with the Luna, at least TC and J can hold on to this 3 tank um, comp that they've been running.
Yeah, and it looks like both teams gonna protect Mag, so
Hmm.
uh, very good tank. And honestly, when I look to ban a tank, unless we're going full dive and we're trying to get rid of an Emma, Mag is probably the best ban in the game for me. Um, very strong in terms of taking space, also that bubble as well as shutting down some portals. A big X factor, and when you have a very good tank player getting on that Magneto, it's something that can just turn an entire fight or turn an entire game.
Yeah, no, and we saw that right with TCNJ with Rented, for example. He's been kind of the rock of that TCNJ team.
This Mag team up on the or not team up, but the Mag synergy with the Punisher, because when Punisher pops ult, probably
Mm.
in the game is to just pop a Magneto ult and toss it right on him before he's able to break it. But if Mag playing with the Punisher times that bubble correctly, that counter really just goes out the window.
Yeah, and Columbia actually saving the Bucky for Thompson right there. Getting rid of the Human Torch, BP, Strange, for example. Luna, Snow also going to be knocked out for Columbia, but they have a Loki. They have a lot of different supports they can go for. Electric gonna stay with his coveted Jeff for now. Thompson actually gonna go with Punisher. Punisher, Groot, Bucky and Magneto. That's going to be a very, very interesting matchup. You're just going to wall off. You're going to try and keep them behind. Like if you're able to get one player from TCNJ into the back line and just trap them off, I think it's smart. But let's see what below and under one wants to do. We're going to go with the Groot. Having that team up with that Jeff, like I mentioned before, going to be very important as TCNJ tries to hold it down. They're 1-1 right now, but anything is possible. We're on to Yggdrasil here. I think we're just going to be rotating between both Yggdrasil and Spider Islands. Not too bad. Yeelord, like I said, going off into the Bucky. So very similar, comps that we've seen just in general. Apple going with the Jeff as well. So Jeff favored on Yggdrasil, which honestly makes sense. So many straight alleyways for both offense and defense. Especially in that first point, going to be very important.
Yeah. And just off the gate, looking at the comps, I don't think Colombia has what you want to deal with this triple tank comp. I'm worried for them that they're just going to get run over on this defensive side. So a very, very defensive team. So they're playing Magneto Groot. Unless Groot is able to make very big plays with his walls, which is hard on. Oh, both tanks getting dragged in early.
Cool.
They should be able to backpedal out of this. But as I was saying, the only really pick potential that they have is the Bucky pull into a group wall.
Yeah.
And with the triple tank comp, as well as Magneto being able to throw a bubble on whoever gets pulled, I'm not sure whether that's going to be something that works out too well.
Yeah, it's more so hoping that like Bucky and even the shotgun from Punisher is able to just diminish that health in like 2 seconds if they're able to get a pull with the Bucky. So we already seen Columbia try and do that, right? With the group wall. Just set it up after getting that dragon. Just couldn't get the kill, and TCNJ allowing for their players to stay alive, but not for too long. SB Omega actually staying alive somehow.
Yeah. So
At
just
least
able to get one, but not the best ult right there. Maybe it would have been worth even going off, but probably not with a tank.
Yeah.
But Colombia able to take control of this fight, going to end up using their second support ult. So on the TC and J side, they still have both of them. So if Jeff's able to get a pick with ult, then Luna's ult will just completely run over TC and J.
Yeah, and we already saw Electric get that pick on Ichigo Heaven. I think this is a very familiar, like, common pattern that we're going to see all these teams go for, and they're going to target Ichigo because of her ability to, heal as proficiently as they have been, or effectively rather is the better word.
Yeah,
Huge
Bucky
ult
gonna
coming
have to
out.
use the ult to survive here, but the snow ult was already popped, so not going to
Ooh.
be, yeah, just a complete steamroll. So as I was saying earlier, that just when your supports use ult early, especially if one is going to be on Jeff, I mean both teams are running the Jeff, but since Cloak used that ult maybe prematurely earlier, TCNJ was just able to run over this fight as soon as an opportunity to use Luna ult was presented.
Yeah, and I mean, Columbia do have, some ults coming out. Strange, Magneto, even Punisher having his. Jeff about to have his as well. Already getting that unlocked. Not going to use it just yet, of course. Wants to, keep a hold of it. Knocking out Tim over at TCNJ. That Punisher going to be knocked out for a little bit. SB Omega still living. Oh, and there goes the Magneto. That is a huge kill for Columbia, getting rid of all the tanks as well. Ichigo Heaven, the only support alive, immediately going to be knocked out. Tim forced to retreat, go back to Rented, and an amazing stop from Columbia. Can they hold on to this, this convoy as long as possible? Who knows? But we are already seeing Thompson set up the turret right now. Doesn't want any of these players to get on as TC and J try to find their way back. With 4 ults, definitely possible, but Rented taking a lot more damage than he wants to. And he's actually almost going to die immediately.
Yeah, a lot of ults for TCNJ, but Columbia does have this Cloak ult back up since they used it earlier, while TCNJ does not have the Snow ult back. So honestly, if they ever try to all in, it would just be a waste, and a single Cloak ult should keep everybody alive. Jeff going to grab one. Let's see who he got. But probably just going to be a regroup for Columbia.
Yeah, I mean, Electric got someone, wasn't able to throw him out, but
He
was
actually
able to
grabbed
get him
both
out of the
tanks,
equation.
but maybe Punisher going shotgun there, able to clean it up. Just
And
going to be an
TCNJ,
absolute regroup.
damn. Yeah, TCNJ getting, like, destroyed right now. I saw Emerald Pine try and go for the ult, just wasn't able to get any picks off. None of the players were close enough, at least, to do some damage. Again, 4 ults, not too bad. Ichigo actually using the Luna Snow ult right there. As we see Columbia, or Goremu, use the Magneto ult. Actually gonna kill 2 people as well. Getting rid of the
Moon Knight
Jeff,
ult
getting
there.
rid of the Moon Knight, or initially the Punisher, forcing Tim to go into the Moon Knight. Insane stuff from Columbia.
Yeah, so both teams actually going to be on the Moon Knight now. Very big into something like the Punisher ult. Um, of course, it does give him now a bit of a speed boost, but still very slow when he's in that ult form and shooting. So if you're able to just drop it center on him, he's going to end up dying most of the time.
Yeah, and a fun matchup right there from Omega and the Strange. Oh, the Eye of Agamotto coming out. I think that's the Jeff potentially gone, but the Angela coming in, swooping in and saving the day for a lot of the TCNJ players. Unfortunately, gonna lose that Jeff,
Ooh,
but
Jeff
it could have
over
been
now.
much worse.
Yeah, honestly, pretty bad positioning from TCNJ on that, because the Snow was able to get out, but then once everybody was out of the Eye of Agamotto, they still just positioned poorly and got run over. The Snow living there, they was actually able to keep up Jeff, and then they still had 2 supports in that fight. But gonna end up losing like 30 seconds on that. Not very good.
Yeah, not at all, especially with almost a minute down. Gonna lose the Strange. That's gonna be huge for TCNJ if they can find some sort of a pick. Unfortunately, gonna get picked off themselves. SB Omega is down. TCNJ still healing everyone up fairly well. Tim actually swapping off to the Iron Fist. Not gonna be able to get
Bubbling
much
the
of a
Jeff
swallow.
ult, so they should be able to get this off. Yeah.
Nope. Wow.
Oh no. No. So let's stay alive.
All right, that's 2 dead potentially.
Jeff grabbing both DPSs, so TCNJ is actually on
Oh!
this Iron Fist pick, able to kill it very quickly with that Magneto ult. So, now they're not going to have something to answer this Cloak and Dagger ult. Yeah, so honestly, a pretty good combo because not going to be able to shut that down. But Snow is going to match, so this is just going to be a bit of a mosh pit for a while.
Yeah, Columbia.
Like Moon Knight's lining up this ult. Yeah. Oh, very good. Yeah, getting the Jeff early. So this fight's just going to be won by TCNJ very early.
Which is insane because TCNJ actually just swapped off of the 3 tank to literally just 1 tank and 3 DPS. They understand now that they really need to do more damage and try to move this point forward, which they are doing successfully. Columbia gonna be stopped just for a little bit. It's gone on to overtime. Can TC and J keep moving the point, or can Columbia get the stop off? They are in that corner. They're in the alleyway, and it's not a good look for Columbia whatsoever, losing 2 players.
Yeah, no, I think the biggest thing for TC&J is with that triple tank setup, they really had the 2 offensive ones of Thing and Angela, but they weren't able to get to the backline and take out supports the way they were with Seton Hall, so really just not able to get a lot of leeway on tech.
And Columbia just dying 1 by 1, losing both of the supports as well. This is looking really good for TC&J. Can they knock out the Magneto? They are able to. Low and under, and Yeelord forced to go back, and TC&J getting the point once again. Still in this game, Columbia, I mean, they just capitulated at that point. When they had to come back into the fight and go into the alleyway, TC&J were doing a really good job of just getting off all their attacks. I think those positions where Moon Knight are so good, and Emerald Pine was able to get so much damage off everyone else, you know, being able to pick as well. So Columbia, you got to play defensively. You got a minute, sure, but overtime can carry a team to victory.
Yeah, no, definitely great fights coming out from TC&J. Columbia kind of just scrambling to get back to point, but staggering really poorly in all these fights.
Alright, Columbia, what can you do? Actually swapping off of the Punisher into the Psylocke. Understands he needs to get rid, or at least try and do some damage on everyone. It is able to do so.
Yeah, so Moon Knight was able to force that cloak ult out, and Yeelord able to pick up a kill on Moon Knight. 2 going to go down on the TC&J side. They just need to back up here. And it looks like they will be able to do that without losing more. Going to swap onto the Iron Man pick. I'm not too sure why they want to do that, but maybe it's as good as Jeff. So Jeff does have this ult coming back. Columbia on the triple support, going to be on the Mantis pick instead of the Strange now.
Alright, TC&J, it's looking like a lot of the health is going down, getting some extras. Hey, Tim able to live just for a little bit longer. Columbia.
Great Shroud coming out from the cloak on the Columbia side.
Alright, that's going to be SB Omega almost dead. Apple on TC&J side also looking very, very low. TC&J trying to push this point, and they're doing very, very well. Columbia, nobody there whatsoever. Emerald Pine going to go down. TC&J going to go down. Can Columbia lock on to this? Yes, they can. It is a victory in essence for Columbia. TC&J getting up to the second point. So again, very, very far up, but Columbia closing it down, not letting them move a single inch, which is something Galactica says a lot. But Columbia has a chance to win this right now, and a very, very good defense against TC&J, despite so many changes. I think the fact that TC&J swapped off to, you know, only 1 tank made everyone squishy, and they were able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, no, and that was a big Jeff ult. Just able to take 2 people out, not only throwing them off the map, but also able to just make it a 5v4 on point, and grabbing whoever they happen to grab, and just run them over while everybody else is preoccupied on the side. So definitely going to be interesting. I assume that, yeah, the triple tank comp is coming out for TC&J, and they're running the Penny, so a very defensive setup. And something to remember from earlier on the first point is they were able to kind of sit at this stalemate for a long time and not lose players, but they weren't able to gain any ground because they were on attack. But now that they're on defense and they're running this very similar setup, they're in a very strong position to even hold Columbia on the first point.
Yeah, and you're seeing, right, we're on to the Penny, we're on to the Rocket, so they have an idea for a defensive setup. It's just Columbia, what can they do? They're off on 2 tanks. Actually, they will go back with below and under. But Yeelord going to the Squirrel Girl, probably trying to maybe stunt someone or stop someone with that right click, and have Thompson do a lot of damage. But yeah, no, Squirrel Girl's been very, very good as of late. I've seen a lot of people picking up Squirrel Girl. Below and under almost dying right there, but able to be saved by the Jeff and Tanuvi. TC&J trying to hold it back, getting a little bit of a stop in the front. But yeah, Yeelord behind, you know, that little edge, gonna do so much damage. Just trying to kind of lob all of these left clicks over. Ichigo Heaven trying to get some health up. Also off of the Luna Snow, going on to the Invisible Woman. Does have ult. First one to get ult in this entire game. Colombia trying to hold their own, able to do so for a little bit longer, but losing that Groot's going to be huge.
Yeah, Cloakle going to come out here from Colombia, but down a player, I'm not sure how well it's going to work. It is matching this other ult, but Cloak is definitely going to die here once the... Well, no, Cloak just going to walk off. Yeah, just...
Oh.
Maybe going a little too deep there. They probably should have turned around at some point, because after the ult went off, they were just in a 2 or 3v1 and staggered the whole team. Not able to give heals after the Invis ult expired.
Yeah, not looking too hot for Colombia right now. They are pushed fairly far back. TCNJ having this corner held down very, very well. I mean, 4 ults. Let's see if anyone uses it. Thompson gonna use the ult off of Punisher, but gonna die immediately, courtesy of the ult from Rented. A huge double pick right there. Still living somehow.
Yeah, able to clap back. So Colombia's down that Jeff. TCNJ down 2. One going to be rezzed, I believe, by the Rocket. So TCNJ should be able to regroup faster than Colombia. But they will be able to keep themselves alive and not get too bad of a stagger going on.
Yeah, that res is just so important, especially like if a player like Rented gets knocked out, which we saw there, was able to pick off 2 players and come back. It's very important. Again, a very key player for, you know, this entire comp, to have him come back courtesy of that revive is going to be very important, as Goromu going to be fairly low. The heals helping him out, staying alive. Colombia still needs to push this up. It's 1:30. The Jeff ult coming out. Really, really good block right there from the Mr. Fantastic. Not going to be able to kill, though, and taking another player with him. Getting rid of Ichiko.
Very big, especially because they had their ult in the pocket. So now they're going to go 1-for-1 on the support ults and going to have a match going on. But TCNJ should be able to walk it back pretty quickly.
Yes, Colombia does have an ult off. Doesn't really need to use it right now because they did win that team fight. Colombia gonna move this on to the first point, potentially, unless someone can stop them. Let's see if SB Omega can get there in time.
TCNJ does have a lot of ults coming up, and they do have a support ult, which Colombia does not. But if they're able to combo this Phoenix ult with the Squirrel ult very well... Never mind.
Oh, yeah, there you go. SB Omega getting in time, getting the ult off as well, just to stall, get some of that, you know, get some valuable seconds off of the clock. Able to get his team in as well. This is very, very big for TCNJ as they try to close out Colombia right now, who gets completely wiped out in that team fight. Goromu, the only person alive, and he's immediately going to go out. Colombia gets shut out. TCNJ with an amazing position to go into the final seconds of this match. Can Colombia come back, at least touch the point? Who knows? TCNJ do have 2 remaining ults left, especially that Penny ult is going to be so important.
Yeah, I know that. Honestly, I was not too sure about that touch from the Invis, but it ended up working out very well because there was a bit of a bailout from people getting great kills. But Colombia going to get held on the first point. As I said earlier, just that triple tank comp, very, very hard to break through. So that's going to be a quick wrap-up for TCNJ on Colombia. They should be playing another game against Seton Hall coming up here, so the game happened earlier, did not go in favor of Seton Hall, but now let's see if they can come back and make it 1-1.
Yeah, very similar MVPs from both sides. I mean, very similar stat lines too. I mean, you look at it, very, very evenly matched. It doesn't necessarily show the entire story of, like, the score line did not show the story of that match whatsoever. Colombia, you know, was doing a very good job. What I thought was a very good job defensively. And then TCNJ just, you know, decides to one-up them for a little bit. Able to get, you know, that Penny, getting that Rocket, getting that team cohesion we were talking about. Such an important asset in this game. Rented and Yeelord being the MVPs of TCNJ and Colombia, respectively. I mean, you look at the heals, everyone was doing their part. It just wasn't enough. The team fights from TCNJ were so important when they got, you know, all their kills off. Again, Rented, such a valuable player for this TCNJ side. It's not to say that, you know, SB Omega hasn't been doing his part. I mean, he's been doing amazing. He's actually the reason why they won that team fight along with Ichika Heaven. So, you know, kudos to them for being able to hold down the 4 Emerald Pine as well, being able to swap off from here from time to time. But yeah, no, the fact that Ichigo was able to stall a little bit of time for Omega to get that ult off was so important. Then he got some picks off. Gormu not getting, too much help with the supports who died immediately. So very good showing from both of these players. Or these teams rather, but TCNJ gonna be up, I believe now that's 3-1 in total. And still, I mean, Colombia is showing that they're still a strong side, not a team to scoff off. But TCNJ, man, can we talk about Rented? That Magneto is going insane right now.
Yeah, and something to notice there, and something you brought up earlier was finals is really the only thing that matters in a game like Marvel Rivals. I mean, you had I think 20,000 more damage coming out from the Columbia side, but
Hmm.
Seton Hall or not Seton Hall, TCNJ was kind of just able to tunnel up. And if you're able to stay alive with that much damage coming from the other team, that just means your support ults are going to come up that much quicker. So
Yes.
definitely a great thing if you're playing that triple tank comp. And we did just get told that Seton Hall is going to play this game, but then after that, they will be done for the night.
Oh,
So we will be down to 3 teams. So Rutgers, Columbia, and TCNJ. So that should only be 4 more games after this one. So we got 5 games left coming for you guys. Should still be some good stuff.
yeah, and again, thank you guys at Seton Hall to be able to coordinate this and come out and play. Of course, rivals games can go very long as we've seen, and the setup can be difficult. So the stream is going smoothly. This tournament is also going smoothly. Unfortunately, Seton Hall will be bowing out very very soon, but I'm hoping they are able to get their win against TCNJ. And we saw earlier on in their first set of games, it did not look good. Right, Seton Hall had some issues potentially with communication, with timings of their ults. We could see, definitely a change in that. I mean, Abito, Potato, like all these players have the ability to play a lot of different characters. It's just I think they need to stick with one that works, or even if it doesn't work, that they're confident in. Because sure, you can have, different, I guess, game plans, but I think you just have to have confidence as well when you're playing. And Seton Hall did not necessarily show that at the beginning of their sets. So we're off to TCNJ right now. Probably very similar bans. We're seeing the Emma Snow get banned immediately, and the Luna over on Seton Hall's side. So saving the Magneto, of course. We understand why now. Rented such a good player. Um, to have him play such an important role, it only makes sense that Rented is able to keep his character, and maybe even the Luna from Ichika as well. SB Omega, no worries from him. He can play anyone. He could play he could play Thing. He could go off. Actually, no, it's Emerald Pine that can go off into the Moon Knight. So again, a lot of versatility from these players, and it's very, very good what they're able to do. So getting rid of the Ultron as well, Seton Hall doesn't want to deal with any of those two characters, which seem to kind of just decimate them in the first 3 matches they had in this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just a very oppressive character if you're not able to get your picks as definitively. Because, I mean, you toss that drone on somebody that's standing somewhere near the middle, and it's really just real, moderate passive healing on everybody around them. So if you're getting your kills by a hairline, then that just takes away a pick that you would have gotten. So it definitely makes sense and very good for finishing off kills. And you have to play things that are hit scan and able to take care of it. So
Yeah, saving the Doctor Strange over at TCNJ, getting rid of Spider-Man and even Hawkeye. Doesn't want to deal with anything that can definitely one-shot their support, so it makes sense. Angela going to be knocked out over in Seton Hall side as well. They don't want to deal with any dives. You can kind of see what they don't want to deal with. Seton Hall not wanting to deal with dives. TCNJ doesn't want to have any of their supports get completely wiped out. The Magneto going to be saved over on Seton Hall side. A double tank save from Seton Hall as well. So maybe they're trying to focus on survivability in their final match against TCNJ.
yeah, so let's see how these bans are going so far. So it looks like TCNJ is really trying to take out X Factor characters. So they banned out that Hawkeye that we've seen a few times today. Not really paying off for any team so far. We've seen it swapped onto and then swapped off of pretty quickly when they're not able to get those early picks. But taking out a lot of the DPSs that are able to turn fights very quickly with a big pull or a one shot. So
Yeah, no, for sure. And let's see, we got Flame Spider going off at the Doctor Strange. Um, very similar, setup. We're seeing a two tank setup on the bottom right there from TCNJ SB Omega going to the Squirrel Girl, Ichika Heaven going with, of course, the Cloak and Dagger as Luna Slano gets banned. We're actually on a we're on Hydra and we're going for domination for this last match.
yeah, so first domination game of the day. I didn't realize we were running these, but should be interesting to see.
I think gives everyone some time, gives everyone an ability to play. Um, but maybe that's why TC and J got off of their three tank comp. Maybe that was mainly for Convoy, and here in Domination, they're just gonna try and set up their mind, set up um that revive beacon as well. Over at Seton Hall, you do have Crispy Bacon on the Magneto Flame Spider, potentially just to, you know, portal in. Abito gonna go in with the Iron Man, maybe try and get some picks off, but already we're seeing a portal come in. Can they capitalize off of this? Abito, of course, going off to the side to try and flank. We haven't seen too much action from him just yet, but it's back and forth between both these guys. Aaron the Lit on the Invisible Woman, getting hit for a lot, not healing as much as I think he wants to. And it's almost looking like Aaron Lit's about to go down, and he does. Seton Hall down a heal. Yes, very, very big. TCNJ trying to get more
back, but also a DPS going down, but also going to get res by the rocket. So definitely a great fight for TCNJ, and now the portal's down on the Seton Hall side. So
yeah, and they just
look well.
on. Yeah, they're gone. They have to regroup. But Abito trying to go in, maybe try and get some damage off. It's just not worth it. I think if you're Abito, you just come back, you try to play with your team. But TCNJ locking it down, just getting picks off here and there, getting one kill after the other, and they're set very, very strong right now. They already have an onk down, all that stuff. So TCNJ, you're looking very hot.
Definitely, and you just can't lose a support that early. I mean, especially if you're going to portal in and overextend that hard. I mean, you really have to capitalize or you have to give. And just with how it was, and there being actually only one tank on the two tanks on the TCNJ side, gonna abandon that three tank comp. But as soon as Mag got that pick, it was just that fight was doomed from the start and got dragged out for another 20 seconds, and it's really ruined the tempo for Seton Hall here. Already down 40% on the capture progress.
And a very good pick off from Crispy Bacon, getting SB Omega down, but Abito super low. Can he find some heals? Yes, he can. Crispy Bacon also finding some for himself. So, I mean, a solid pick. They just couldn't capitalize off of it. And Seton Hall, unfortunately, going to see potentially one of their players go down. I mean, half health. Both ults from Abito and Crispy Bacon coming out. The Magneto and the Iron Man. Doesn't get much off of it. Does get a pick off of that rocket. Can they get more though? No, they're gonna lose their Punisher.
First double ult of the day. So Seton Hall, I think, again with these ult timings, just not communicating very well. Both Cloak and Invis pop at the same time. So now when this fight comes back for TCNJ, they're gonna have this rocket ult, while Seton Hall will not have any support ults to fight back with.
Rocket and Penny too, so that's going to be really devastating for Seton Hall, and they're pushed up very far. I think they want to keep TCNJ back as much as possible, but they do have to tread very carefully. Crispy Bacon a little bit too far in. Abito getting hit for a lot as well. I mean, the heals are doing a very good job, but Potato very low. Can he come back? Yes, he can. Aaron Lit also going to be down. Invisible Woman. Can he find Abito? No, Abito's going to go down. Potato's going to go down. Another person going down.
Oh, yeah.
Players dropping like flies. And TCNJ gonna get the point back immediately. A very, very bad fight from Seton Hall once again, and they just keep on getting picked off. Potato and TJ Sabito back in time, but all the other players are nowhere near, and it's 85%. It's looking very good for TCNJ. Can they recuperate? Can they get a portal off? They still have that on deck, but only one Punisher ult. It's not looking too good. They probably just save this for the next round. Can someone touch though? Abito trying to get in. able to touch, brings us to overtime. It's not over for Seton Hall just yet, but they're going in one by one and they're dropping one by one. TCNJ gonna be up by one going into round 2 of domination. And domination was an understatement of what we saw from TCNJ right now.
Yeah, no, I mean it was a good fight win by Seton Hall to get TCNJ off that point, but they'd already given up so much, and then they had that double support ult that really just was the nail in the coffin for them. Because as soon as TCNJ walked back with the rocket ult, the fight was just over.
Yeah, for sure. I'm hearing from production that this game is not going to be counted on the scoreboard because Seton is dropping, so it just makes everything fair. So that's what I'm hearing. Nonetheless, I mean TCNJ with an amazing showing. We talked about issues from the Seton Hall team. Communication is going to be very, very big. The issue is that both of the supports get the ults at the same time, so it's like you just have to talk with each other. Be like, hey, I'm gonna use cloak ult. Hey, I'm gonna use invisible woman ult. They just haven't been able to do that, and Magneto, of course, losing his ult as well as a desperation attempt to regain point. But in those positions, I think you just hold on to them. I think you just save it. You understand that hey, this is not our round to win. We go to the next one. And Seton Hall going to move on to the point. No, TCNJ actually going to be there first. And they're setting up immediately. Oh my god, the mine's down, the nest is down. Seton Hall not able to get in whatsoever. Maybe trying to get a pick off. Isn't able to do so. Crispy Bacon super low. TJ's as well. So, oh, and the TCNJ getting off the Punisher ult.
Gonna hold them back.
Yes. Into the turret as well, man. Yeah. Tim is not backing down whatsoever and getting rid of the Squirrel Girl ult. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, Punisher does need to move here. Okay, yeah, that was a close call there, but able to stay up. Maybe a waste of the mag, but that's alright.
Yeah.
Now they need to kind of backpedal here because there's a rocket ult combo with this Punisher. But Punisher needs to get more value out of this. So he gets that rocket there. This will be a one play for Columbia. Great Punisher ult right there. Able to. Yeah, that's really just the parallel of where Punisher ult's good versus maybe where it's a bit of a waste. So TCNJ popped in early to try to hold them off, but they kind of just backpedaled off and around the corner. While Seton Hall got to walk out with it as well as a support ult and just wipe the entire team.
Yeah, also having the Emma ult, having the Cloak ult as well if they ever need to just hold on to the point or even retake. But TCNJ also having 4 of their own. Maybe they pop the Squirrel Girl ult to see what Seton Hall is able to do. No, actually, they go with the Penny to rush in onto the point, and it makes sense as Crispy Bacon's very low, but able to get a shield onto himself. Abito, very low. Is he dead? No, he's not. Aaron Lit, able to go onto the Raccoon and get the revive. We're seeing the Cloak, all the ults being dropped on Seton Hall. Nobody's dying just yet. Only the Punisher. Everyone else staying alive. Good job on Seton Hall. Just hold on to this point despite the onslaught that TCNJ put onto them.
And now that all these ults are over, TCNJ is currently down in support, so they were able to get that rocket beacon up, and not in time to get a res off. So we'll see if they're able to hold on now that they've regrouped a little, but Cloak in a bit of trouble here. Yeah, TCNJ going to be able to stay on point, but still not able to cap until they take out the Seton Hall team. So Seton Hall up 70% right now on the capture progress.
And you have Rocket ult as well. Rocket ult's just going to keep them alive for as long as possible. But Tim gonna go for the ult and immediately gets rid of it. Crispy Bacon with an amazing Magneto ult to nullify what could have been an insane threat and insane takeback from TCNJ.
Yeah, and that's where you just see Magneto being such a good character and very well rounded. Great for turtling, but if a support ult or a Punisher ult or something of that sort goes off, you're just able to go for this one shot, and TCNJ maybe not communicating very well on when Punisher was going to pop that ult, because Mag could have followed up with the bubble, or Strange could have gone for the deflect, but just not able to keep the Punisher ults up, and Seton Hall is going to equalize 1-1.
Yeah, Seton Hall not backing down. They want to. They're gone soon, but they want to get onto the board. They want to make sure that they go out swinging, and for sure they did that in that second game. Let's see how they do in the third map here on Hydra. Seton Hall does have 3 ults. TCNJ only 1 with the Magneto, so that's not good. I mean, you look at the percentages. Ichigo Heaven going to be fairly close with the Cloak and Dagger ult, 95%. Same thing with Flame Spider with the Emma. We swapped off of the Doctor Strange initially, so I mean the Emma's been doing very well for Seton Hall.
Yeah,
Right,
no,
Crispy
definitely
Weekend also, yeah.
making a lot of space on point with those tanks, and they did very well winning that fight with that Punisher ult early on, and from there they were just able to hold it. And since neither team was really getting picks aside from big ult kills, just they just got to run up their progress while both teams stalled each other.
Yeah, how do you feel about this map as well for both of these teams? I mean, there's so many different opportunities to kind of get into the back line, go into the sides. Which team do you think this will benefit?
I definitely think this is well. This is probably better for Seton Hall. First off, they picked something on the dive side, but
Mm.
TCJ is really just more of a turtle up. Actually, TCJ is the one playing dive, but for the most part, TCJ kind of just turtles up and outlasts their opponent, which
Mm.
makes them very good in convoy. But when it comes to something like domination, if they don't get the early point cap off, they're really not able to push the other team off and grab it back, which is what we
And
saw last round.
yeah, and just as you say that, TC and J getting the picks off, getting this point off immediately, and let's see how they play defensively. We saw, it was kind of the same story with Seton Hall, where once they got the point, they were playing super well. Abito trying to stay on as long as possible, but I feel like you try to just run back. No, not able to do so. TC and J going to knock off another player. Now it's essentially going to be a 5v6. If Seton Hall is able to come back, now they're stuck in their spawn, essentially. They're stuck on their side of the map. TC and J healing like there's no tomorrow right now. Seton Hall trying to answer back. Abito going in with the hella crispy bacon, trying to hold on, trying to give everyone shields, trying to keep everyone alive. Aaron lit super low, trying to heal up as much as possible. And TJ's going to be able to bring him back. Does have the rocket ult. Could we see the Magneto ult pop very soon? No, he's going to hold on to it as long as possible. The Jeff ult coming off from TCNJ. Unfortunately going to die. Seton Hall holding on with the rocket ult as well. They are able to recap this point and get some percentage onto them, not even letting TCNJ get to 50%.
Yeah, we're seeing a whole lot of value from the Punishers in this game. Honestly, TCNJ got off the Punisher onto this Black Panther pick, and I don't think it's been going too well for them. They've been trying to dive a whole lot, but Seton Hall is playing a pretty good anti-dive comp between Cloak and Rocket being the supports, both able to escape very well, and Cloak able to pop a bubble on herself. But also they're playing Magneto and Emma, so it's very, very defensive into something like DP.
And a huge ult coming off of the Moon Knight as well. Emerald Pine able to pick off of two players, but not able to recap the point. Seton Hall still holding on, but not for long, as all they have left is the Wolverine and the Rocket, and they're going to lose it. TCNJ back to recapping that point. Seton Hall back to the drawing board. Does have 3 ults, so that's something TCNJ needs to be a little bit careful about as Abito tries to run in, tries to maybe take out SB Omega's thing, but Seton Hall still being pushed back into their spawn. Can they get onto the point? Abito really low. Flame Spider also really low. Flame Spider forced to proc the ult. Crispy Bacon also getting his. This is a huge ult and a huge kill. Gets one. Gets the Jeff at least.
Yeah, great
but,
kill on the Jeff there.
Oh, but Seton Hall going to get completely dismantled. Couldn't use all their ults. Couldn't use it to the best of their abilities. And it's looking like it's lights
the
out.
Team there. Rocket gonna go down with the ult. Yeah. So they do have the chance to portal back here, and I suspect either the Mag or the Mag's gonna swap for the portal here. So touching to so they activated overtime timer, so they should be able to get on, but they will be down.
Oh, the Jeff ult comes in clutch.
Yeah, taking 2 off, one of them being the only the support ult, Rocket getting her down before he can put his beacon. Or no, he was able to get it off. Oh wow. Punisher able to pick up 4. Punisher just tearing up this fight, able to keep the dream alive for Seton Hall. TCNJ took it to overtime, but I guess they forgot that they only got 2 of them, because Punisher just melted everybody in that rocket ult.
Potato with 26 health left is able to keep Seton Hall in this game. Can they hold on, though, is the real question. TCNJ doesn't have many ults, neither does Seton Hall, but Flame Spider probably going to get the M ult fairly soon. They just need to live. They just need to keep TCNJ back in their spawn area, kind of. Crispy Bacon on this Doctor Strange as well. Let's see what he can do as Tim trying to dive in with the BP to no avail. Does have the ult off, does have Bast, can use it very, very soon. Can we see
Yeah,
potentially a pick? Tatum dies, but does proc the beacon.
Cloakbolt gonna come out. Rocket going to go down to this BP. So honestly, I think that Seton Hall's biggest problem in this game has been keeping their supports alive, especially on this BP pick. Yeah,
It's not
TC and
looking too
J
hot.
picking up more kills. Yeah,
Can they get onto the point? I don't think they can. They don't have anyone that's quick enough, and that is going to be it for Seton Hall. A valiant effort, nonetheless. But TC and J gonna hold it down and keep their record positive. Doesn't go even this time, but an insane game from both of these players, from both of these teams. Seton Hall, we saw potential. That second game was very dominant from them, but that third game, they just couldn't hold on, which
yeah,
is unfortunate. Ichiga picking up their first MVP of this entire session, of this tournament, and rightfully so, playing a big role in just keeping all of her teammates alive. TC and J going to kind of ruined Seton Hall's dreams. Seton Hall going 0-4 today, and unfortunately going to leave after that game due to potentially some time restraints. Crispy Bacon picking up the SVP as well, but the stat line very again fairly similar stat lines. I think the supports over at TC and J did a little bit more work on the front line, being able to get some kills, being able to get some more final hits off, as well as being able to get a lot of assists and heals.
yeah, and definitely one DPS on both sides, kind of carrying that fight. For the most part, being whoever was on Punisher. I mean, that was really a game of Punisher versus Punisher. Of course, that Black Panther swap coming out later was able to pick off the supports quite a lot. I mean, you saw Rocket go down in that last fight, but I think the biggest thing that stopped Seton Hall that game, especially on that third point, was they had to teleport back, and of course, they had that very bad teleport at the start of the first round where they kind of just got wiped and gave point, and then TCNJ was able to just tunnel up. But when it went on, they had to portal back again, and then they lost a support because they swapped off the Magneto to go onto that strange pick, and that really came back to bite them by the end of the game.
It was like a good idea of just to get onto the point, and I mean it worked. It got Seton Hall up to 80%, but then you have Crispy Bacon off of his tried and true Magneto, and then like you said, it kind of just didn't work out after that. Crispy Bacon did hold on for himself, but just everyone else, they were doing a very good job. Like let's get that straight against TCNJ. It's just TCNJ was able to get more team fights off, get more picks off, and like we said, once they got the point off in the first time, they were able to get it up to 49%. And having that lead was very important going up against Seton Hall, because once they regained it, they didn't have to, work too much or hold on to the point as long as possible. They had overtime, they were chilling, compared to Seton Hall, which had a little bit more work to do. I think had 40% on the point, but could only get up to 80%. But yeah, once again, shout out Seton Hall for showing up to this tournament. We hope to see them, more. And if you guys want to check them out, maybe see, what other potential tournaments they're going for. But I think we are not going to go to break. I think we're going to continue with the matches. So next
Yeah,
up should be
let's.
Colombia with their sets again. Oh, wait.
Yes,
Yes,
Columbia would
Colombia.
be playing Rutgers, and then TCNJ, and then Rutgers will play TCNJ again, and
And then
Columbia
Colombia.
after that. Yeah.
Sounds
So
good. Yeah.
only 4 games left. We're scrapping a couple that were planned to happen. Seton Hall having some time constraints, but some good games nonetheless out of them. It was great to see them play today.
For sure. But yeah, so let's see what we have first. I believe I literally just had it. I did not. Oh, there it is. So we're gonna have Columbia versus Rutgers to start off the near end of this segment. Rutgers, of course, showing that they were able to hold off a TCNJ and now fight a new opponent. Not necessarily new, but being able to fight Colombia for another time to see if they can, um, you know, get another win, get another potentially go up 3-0 as well. So as long as I'm trying to remember what Colombia had, I believe, Ye Lord, which was the Moon Knight that was able to do a lot of really good damage. So very common, pattern we see from some of these teams is that they have a player that they kind of revolve their gameplay around. Ye Lord I think is gonna have to is gonna do a little bit more work against Rutgers though, because Rutgers seems like it's a very very well balanced team. Of course, you had Zero Rain, um, do a lot of damage with that magic. Even so, with that, I believe Bucky, and we'll see how everyone else does. Of course, Scarlet Snake as well with his coveted Doctor Strange going to hold the fort down for Rutgers. But again, we'll see what they do. Columbia is a very very solid team from what we saw them play against both Seton Hall and TCNJ.
Yeah, and definitely, I think something that we've seen with the Rutgers team that the other three have not been doing quite as well is you have both of those tanks fragging the same way that the DPSs are, just always looking for picks. Where a lot of the other teams have been, they've been tunneling up and they've been keeping their teams alive very well, but maybe not getting as much value on the offensive. But you've seen Novines getting 20 finals in some of these games, just really tearing up the other team and creating a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're gonna go back to the convoy. We were on domination for a bit, but I think that was just the farewell for Seton Hall. So Columbia could just go back to what they were doing before. I think it was two tank, two DPS, two support. Rutgers could honestly go back to three support. I'd love to see it again. It was working very well against Seton Hall, but maybe they're gonna treat Columbia at a I wouldn't say at a higher level, but definitely wouldn't catch them lacking if they went three supports. I think Columbia has the ability to play very dive heavy characters, so something that Rutgers does do have to watch out.
Yeah, it looks like we're seeing a lot of love for Tim in the chat. So TCNJ's Punisher and I believe Black Panther player in the last game.
Shout out Tim. Shout out Tim. Very
Doing a
very
lot
good
of work,
player.
lots of support picks in those, especially on that third point.
Yeah, no, I mean, everyone has their fan favorites. Everyone has been playing a very, very big role for each team. It's like I think individually everyone has had their moments, but team wise, like we saw Columbia kind of capitulate against TCNJ. They got the defense on Idrisil, but weren't able to move the convoy up even to the first point. So I think Rutgers again is in a good position. We are waiting on Columbia right now, so you know I think Rutgers very confident with how they play. They look very confident. They look very good. And again, I think it's a nice little preview of what they have in store, not only for this little exhibition match, but just in general. The stuff that they are able to kind of do. So yeah, unfortunately, Seton Hall going to go 0-4, but Rutgers and Rutgers going to try and hold on to their clean slate, 2-0 right now. Going to try and make it 3-0 against Columbia. And TCNJ again gonna have to fight Columbia, but we saw what TCNJ was able to do against Columbia on defense compared to attack.
Yeah. No, Columbia was able to get a great offense going, or a great defense. But into TCNJ, just they seem like a very defensive team, able to turtle up and then burn a lot of the time for Columbia.
Yeah, no. Seton Hall, I'm hoping for more of them in the future. I definitely do want to see them come by. I definitely want to see what improvements they've made, um, going into potentially the next tournament, or maybe Rutgers hosted tournament. But Columbia. If production can bring us back to the graphic of Columbia University just to see what their team consists of. Yeah, can't forget Thompson. Very very good on the Punisher. We also saw the Hawkeye. Gormu also a solid Magneto player. Strange. We saw what he can do. I think he kind of I wouldn't say rely on a lot of his teammates to kind of bail him out, but Yelord, Tanuvi, Electric even just very very important at dealing the damage, keeping everyone alive. That Loki has been doing such a good job at keeping both the tanks alive. Electric with his Jeff has also been very strong. We saw what he was able to do against um, TCNJ. He was able to get some picks off, but just not enough against TCNJ. So yeah, this is gonna be a very very fun match. Again, if we can go back to the Rutgers team, they have uh, they have oh, why did I forget his name? Zero Rain. There you go, Zero Rain. Very, very in awe of my Tism is a crazy name, by the way.
Who's
Oh, we
been
actually don't see Zero Rain. I think Zero Rain
wow.
had a little bit too many disconnects, so maybe they don't want to go for it. But Rush Hour won, and in all of my Tism, I'm just gonna call you all now. Uh, gonna come in, gonna swap out for some players. Um, and yeah, this is gonna be fun. Below and under one, the other tank player from Colombia as well. Gonna keep their team fairly, similar to what they had before. Rutgers, I think the fact that they have multiple players. Let's see how they do against Colombia before
Yeah.
I start glazing.
So who's your favorite player on the Rutgers team?
So far, I don't know. Epic has been very fun to watch. Just his ability to, I believe he does play healer, so like his ability to keep his team alive as well as like avoid a lot of these different like deaths, whether there people were trying to pick him off. Is very good. I think No Jet's also another good shout out. His Ultron was very good in that first game against Seton Hall. Um, but yeah, those two are definitely going to be my picks as the favorite players to watch so far.
Yeah.
And even like everyone else, like Columbia, I loved watching Lord. Ichika Heaven also from I believe TCNJ was super fun to watch. Um, and yeah, no, like Seton Hall as well. I unfortunately did forget some of the names. Oh, Crispy Bacon, very very good. We saw that clutch that he had against Tim over in TCNJ with the Magneto ult. So again, I do definitely want to see more. We're seeing bans from the Human Torch and the Emma, no Luna as well. So they don't want um, Columbia to be able to run some maybe 3 or 2 tank uh, comps. We're also seeing a Strange. We're seeing bans on Black Panther, Human Torch, and Emma as well. So very similar bans on each side. The Luna Snow being saved on Rutgers. We're seeing
Yeah.
Snake go onto the Magneto. Adam going onto the Snow as well. And we're seeing
Yeah.
a Thor. Oof. I love watching Thor. That's my main. And we might see Rush Hour go for the Angela for the team up. I hope so. 3 tanks is going to be fun. 3 tanks, 3
Yeah.
healers?
I am getting word that Rain will be back for the next Rutgers game, but I'd say that Zero Rain is definitely my favorite Rutgers player because I've just
Mm-hmm.
never seen a guy go like from 0 to 100 and then right back to 0 so quickly before. He keeps me guessing throughout the game, and I just love the unpredictability of are they gonna win or are they gonna lose because of one guy.
And a change up on maps right now. We're on Midtown. Um, I thought we were gonna run 3 tank, 3 healer, but we're running 3 tank, 2 healer, and the Hella team up with the Thor as well to try and revive him as much as possible. That just keeps Thor in, allowing for some stall if Rush Hour is able to get his picks off. No Jet actually gonna go to the Punisher. I thought he was gonna go with the with another tank, but alas, Columbia actually Healord's gonna go on Black Widow on Midtown. So how do you feel about this map, Midtown?
Midtown, I actually like this map. I feel like the more ranged DPSs are a lot stronger, so I like Punisher on this map a lot. I like Moon Knight because there's great old spots, but
Yes.
just yeah, what's up with this Columbia team?
This is one of the team comps of all time. I believe one of the tanks did get knocked out like immediately in the beginning.
Uh,
So I mean, I think this big alleyway, like this very very narrow line, is going to be very useful for No Jet as well as some other players to kind of get their picks off. keep him off on this point.
Yeah.
Really good.
Seems
Jesus
like
Christ.
Punisher turret just holding this for a while. I mean, they really just have to wait till this is out of ammo unless they're going to swap into something that can take care of it a little better. I mean, Punisher could, but he'd need to walk up with his tanks.
For sure. And I think they're finally slowly walking up right now. The Jeff ult coming out, getting the getting below, not gonna help out. Actually, he
Yeah, no,
swallowed his
very
own
very
teammate.
early Jeff ult. I'm not sure if that's best play. Maybe you need to get off. Oh no, never mind. There was no ult there. It was just overextended a little too much.
Yeah. What I thought happened was that Tanuvi, or sorry, Electric, he went for the ult, but he swallowed below and under, and actually put him out of the match for a little bit, which did not help Colombia as they lost a lot of their players. And Rutgers gonna try and hold this down as long as possible. I forgot that they're on a defense right now.
Yeah, we are seeing a Rutgers player for the first time, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play with a
Oh,
few of the
Rush Hour
other
gone.
people on the team. Yeah, Rush Hour going down did have the Hello already, so it could be a big loss, but Columbia is currently down a Doctor Strange. The only problem is, I mean, he walks out spawn, and since they haven't gotten much progress, he'll just be back in the fight. So going to be
Yeah.
down a player for a little bit here.
Yeah, No Jet gonna get down fairly low, gonna get heals up as well. But I mean, Rutgers has been doing a good job of keeping a majority of their players alive. Of course, everyone has ult as well, so they could literally just throw all these down if they really wanted to. But I think they're gonna be very conservative with the timing of this. I don't know if Snake's gonna go for the Magneto ult just yet. No Jet also down, but we're seeing the ult come out from in all of my Tism
Rush
and
getting a
gets
double,
a
yeah. Taking
ooh.
three out, yeah. Rush just going to feast on the back line. I mean, something, again, that I've been talking about with Rutgers is they tend to actually go for plays and try to get those picks on the side where you're watching Columbia here where they're all kind of just hitting the two tanks in front. And, I mean, there's a Jeff sitting on the back line just pumping heals into both of them, so they'll never go down.
Yeah.
Definitely something they're gonna have to look at. So they're actually getting on the Star-Lord and Psylocke picks now to maybe play a heavier dive. They realize that they're kind of at this standstill right out the gate.
They really do need to deal with I don't know Epic. That the Jeff is just doing a very good job of healing, but also shout outs to Awe and Rush Hour. That kind of team up that they had, not only like with like the team up ability didn't matter, but what Awe did was he went for the ult, and then Rush Hour was able to just pick off after everyone's health
Yeah,
got diminished. So fair play as Rush Hour so far the MVP, along with Awe. But Lord trying to get in, not gonna be able to do much as Columbia did lose their Star Lord. Rutgers holding this down very very well
oh
as
great,
they're looking
yeah, great ult
for
coming out from
more
Snake, able to shut down that ult, and will stay alive into the ults going off right now from Columbia.
Hello
So
ult is off and gets a pick.
yeah,
Two
now
actually.
I mean they have the low kill, but whenever they use it, it's just gonna get matched by this Luna ult. So not gonna have a whole lot of progress here. You're gonna need some major picks in some way.
Able to touch and go into overtime
Able
at
to
least.
touch, but gonna go down for 15 seconds. Luna's still having this ult ready as well. Epic just gonna throw Thor back into the fight, I guess.
That might come back to bite him in the butt, but I'm not too sure. I mean, Adam's still alive. Adam also does have the Luna ult, so if they need to touch point, they definitely will.
Yeah, great
Columbia
picks for
stunned
Columbia
Snake.
here. Maybe Rutgers going a little too deep, trying to keep them off point since they were in overtime, but gonna come back to bite them. Adam's still holding on to this
Oh,
ult.
watch out. Thompson has ult and is going to let it rip against all these. This is going to be huge, but the ult coming up from Adam is ready for that at any given moment.
Yeah, so that was good hold on the ult. Actually going damage mode right now to try to run them over. Able to get a kill with Rush with that damage team. Starlord behind with this ult, but he's taking damage early. Probably not going to be able to do a whole lot.
Is he about to die? Yeah, he is getting some
looking at him.
heals. There you go. He's
Okay.
gone. Rutgers looking very strong. Can they get everyone off the point? And the ult coming out, basically solidifying that game.
Yeah, great ult from Epic there.
For sure. And Columbia not moving it too far. I mean, a little bit farther than I think Rutgers anticipated, but Rutgers can definitely move this up very, very quickly and potentially go 3-0 against Columbia. Rush Hour and Awe, I mean, both of them, a very strong duo. And we're seeing Rush Hour go onto the Spider-Man, potentially just to get into that back line against the Jeff and the Mantis coming out from below and under. Potentially. Oh, that's funny. I love that they're going for the Venom and the Spider-Man.
Hmm.
A lot of team up abilities coming out. Atlas Bond for uh Snow and Iron Fist coming out as well.
Rutgers might be trolling a little.
A tad bit, but
It looks like they're trying to have a little fun now that they've held them to first point. Not playing their traditional characters. We'll see how it goes. Looks like they're going
the blade is coming out.
triple very dive heavy DPSs that we don't often see these players on.
Yeah, on a triple heal as well. I mean, this might unironically work if Columbia's going for a triple heal comp.
Yeah, no, it definitely could, especially with the healers being Jeff and Cloak. I mean, once Cloak's bubbles off, they don't really have any hard heals, so could absolutely just run them.
No
over
Jet's
here.
in already. He's trying to go, and the
Yeah.
Spider-Man too. They get rid of the
Oh,
raccoon.
wow,
Can
yeah.
they get rid of more?
Rocket down early. I mean, it looks like Cap's gonna go down, overextended, especially with that Hawkeye there. But I think as soon as they take Cloak down, the fight's just over.
For sure. Strange is about to go down though. He is able to heal up a little bit more, but Tanuki hasn't been touched just yet. Snake going in gets that extra health.
Yeah.
Rush Hour also
The thing
probably
about
gonna
this comp
die
is
very
that
soon.
there's no front line on records for the supports to play behind, so they're not getting very many heals.
It doesn't matter. They're moving the point up very, very quickly. As Columbia still needs to get onto it, and finally is able to do so. Gets the ult off. Is he able to get anyone? Only gets the Strange, and it's just his buddy. No, gets the Snow as well. Gonna put her out of the equation, but I don't know. Epic also answering back, getting rid of Yeet Lord. Adam also killing the Electric. Killing Electric right there. It's game over for Columbia, essentially. As Rutgers is about to push this
early
point.
ult's coming out, so Luna going to match this Cloak ult, but we'll see if this Hawkeye's able to get any picks during this. He's really the only one that can do much right now.
Yeah.
But
I mean, they're holding on to the point fairly well. They do not have the Iron Fist. The ult coming out from the Spider-Man as well does get rid of 3!
triple kill on that, yeah. So that should be the end of this game.
Almost
Yeah,
is. They're still on
yeah,
point.
Magneto should
There
be
you go.
going down here soon, yeah.
And it's game over, even though you said Rutgers wasn't going for their usual characters. They absolutely got in, got that win, and beat Columbia 1-0. And now they're 3-0. They keep their perfect record in this tournament so far. Columbia getting completely overwhelmed, essentially, by this dive heavy attack. And you kind of saw that, like, they kept Columbia back from the point as long as possible and just had two people essentially their supports to stay on it. MVP gonna be Rush Hour showing his debut so far in this tournament. And yeah, I mean, look at the numbers from Columbia. It's not looking too good. The only person that went positive was Yelord, and even Tanuvi going even as well. Did have to swap off of the Loki to go for the Doctor Strange. But yeah, no, I mean, this
Yeah.
was. Whew.
There's just not a whole lot of playmaking potential from the Columbia side. They did get on that Hawkeye later on, but really wasn't able to pay off. You're just looking to get those one shots on supports or maybe a DPS, and that wasn't something that really happened.
Yeah, again, that just in that defense, they really didn't have much. They went for 3 healers, and I think Rutgers, I don't know if they knew that they were going for that, but capitalized off of the fact that they, had 3 supports and were able to just pick off here and there, get some damage off on the, Strange as well, and be able to kill. I mean, having a Spider-Man that just drag people out. Venom's just a good tank in general, and having that ability with Spider-Man really does help out. So, very good showing from Rutgers. 3-0 right now as Columbia go on and face their next school, which is going to be TCNJ, a run back of what happened earlier, where I believe it was Columbia that got shut out in attack, and TCNJ was able to get their win off.
Yeah, so again, very defensive team. But they did start to realize later on that the way to beat TCNJ is dive. So we'll see if they're able to pull that out and maybe get a win over them. It'd be interesting to see if they're going to be doing domination or convoy. We've only had one domination game so far today, and all the rest have been convoys. So
Yeah, we could maybe see a difference in composition, team comps for domination compared to convoy. We already saw that with TC and J when they started off with convoy with a triple tank and then went to
yeah,
two when they were going up against Seton Hall just so that they could leave. So maybe we see a domination. We could also just stick to convoy for the entire time because we did swap off to Midtown. Another convoy map is Clintar, so that is a potential map that we could see come in, as well as the new map. I forgot what it's called, but still a few things that we could see. Maybe these players are getting tired of Yggdrasil, as well
yeah,
as
yeah.
Spider
It's
Islands.
got what 3 games on there?
Yeah, literally 3 games on each.
Yeah. So maybe we'll get a few different maps in here. I think they're leaving it up to maybe the round robin team on what map they're playing. Not too sure on how they're picking maps, but hopefully we get another good game out. TCNJ Columbia should be a pretty equally matched game. We'll see if they can pull it out this time.
Yeah, I mean they were playing a bunch of convoys, so again we could see the domination. Just as just a little mix up before both these guys have to play their last match against Rutgers. But I think we're waiting on TC and J to come back. They're probably just doing a little bit of a scrimmage before this next match. But yeah, no, I mean, very, very fun matches so far. Rutgers showing that they can also have some fun while also at the same time being able to win. Just shows the general strength, even against fairly strong schools like Columbia, TCNJ, and Seton Hall, for that matter. I'd love to see how they do against teams in like the Big Ten leagues from like Nebraska or stronger Marvel rivals teams. I think over the summer they had a tournament where they were seeded sixth out of like it was a good amount of teams. It might have been like 16. They had a little tournament. They beat their seed. So yeah, good stuff for
Yeah,
Rutgers. Shout outs to them for that little summer tournament that they participated in.
yeah. And I know the seeding is just I think it's going off average rank right now. So
Oh, okay.
really, really just based off how you play in the competitive ladder. And I know a couple of people in the Rutgers team just weren't really playing competitive as much as they were playing scrims. So seeds are kind of everywhere, but definitely a lot of great teams out there. It'll be interesting. I remember last year, I think Iowa was very good.
Yeah,
I've heard of a few other teams that have built up programs in the past few months that look very good as well. So
for sure. And as we wait for these guys
yeah, I
to
believe
finally come back.
there's a new tournament happening soon. I'm
Ooh.
not sure which one it was, but saw the I saw who was involved. There were a whole lot of schools. So uh, Big Ten, Big 12. I know there's Cali schools, Northeastern schools, and Texas and Florida as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle servers on that. But uh,
That would be interesting. And I would feel bad for Zero Rain because not only would he DC sometimes. I think it's just probably just a 1 day thing. I'm not sure if this is a thing
no,
that's
yeah, you think that?
concurrent. I don't know, man. Hey, you know
Oh,
them better than I do.
I played with him. He has a lot of internet problems.
Oh no, that's not fun. Yeah, I wish this was done offline, but we had some issues with the internet, so we weren't able to do so. I mean, nonetheless, this is still running very smoothly online. So let's see what TC and J and Columbia ban this time. I think it's going to be very similar bans and very similar saves as last time. We're seeing Columbia, yeah, save the Magneto so that they're able to give it to Gormu and rent it as well. They're probably going to save their Magneto. I'd be surprised. Yeah, if they didn't. Yep, immediately.
Yeah, just such an important pick, especially now that bans are team side. I
Hmm.
mean, if you get to ban the other team's mag, you get to play Punisher for free. You get to play Cloak for free. There's just a whole lot that mag shuts down, but taking him off the board just opens up holding comps.
Yeah, and it forces Rented to get off of his coveted Magneto as well, which gets rid of one of TCNJ's strongest members. And also they're gonna keep the Angela as well. So I'd be interested to see
Yeah.
if one of them goes to Angela. Probably Emerald Pine. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not sure why both teams are banning Strange.
That's funny.
Maybe they know something we don't.
Maybe they know that like one of them is at least gonna go to Strange and just like teleport in, so they just don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, it is Clintar, so a bit of a longer map. The portal is very helpful,
Hmm.
but not not sold on that. I think that first banning something like Magneto is probably a whole lot better.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, Clintar. How do you feel about Clintar, especially at the beginning? It's just so important
Yeah,
to get onto that point, and then even the second part, I feel like is very difficult because trying to get around that corner and being in that very narrow area for a team fight can be very difficult.
yeah. I think that first point is probably the most demoralizing stretch in this game.
Yes,
Um,
it's so bad.
I've had a lot of games in solo queue at every elo where you just absolutely get shut down on the choke and your team can't make any progress. And I've had games where you absolutely stall. But
Yeah,
this is probably the map on convergence maps where just if somebody's gonna not cap first point, it's here.
usually, yeah. It's more. It's such like a. It can be a one-sided affair sometimes when it comes to this kind of map. Like even both sides, for example, could
Yeah,
literally just never get
yeah.
to the
I've
first
had
point.
games where they draw like 10 minutes in because both teams just shut each other down on this choke.
It's insane. So yeah, we're gonna see the triple tank come out on this convoy from TCNJ, and on defense is gonna be really really big. I'm not seeing a penny, which I thought would have been nice on this map, but I guess
Yeah,
the corners
I
are
think
like,
Colombia has a stronger position here because they're able to play this Hawkeye, and if he
mm,
manages to get a pick, it should be pretty over in this choke.
right.
But otherwise, they're going to be here for a long time. They're both just running Punisher. Or wait, no, TCNJ is running Punisher as these. Oh, Angela's going to go down early, getting CC'd by the Emma Frost. So let's see if they're able to capitalize on this. Again, Punisher is the only DPS. Once this turret goes down, he's just not going to be able to hold them as well as you hope.
That Emma is still alive. Just
Emma stays alive. Yeah, support going to go down for TCNJ. This fight should be pretty over. I imagine that the Luna is just running to try to stay alive right now.
yeah, you kind of just have to. You just gotta get as much health as possible. Electric gonna get a bit of
Early
a
ult now,
swallow
grabbing
off too.
two, not going to get them off, but
Does
they're going
kill
to
SB Omega, which is
right.
gigantic for
Yeah,
Colombia as they keep on finding some more kills, getting rid of Ichigo Heaven as well. Emerald Pine forced to stay back. And Colombia gonna take the first point very, very swimmingly. Lord also knocking out Rented, so getting rid of their best player, arguably, is going to be very important. Gormu
yeah,
doing a
they're
lot of damage on
staggering
Emerald
very,
Pine.
very badly. I don't know why they're doing this. But the Def ulted both of them, and like I don't think he survives here no matter what.
Interesting.
Okay, oh, going the long way. You can see the
Going the
bottom
long way.
left, just still there. Um, if they die right, yeah, this was just a terrible, terrible throw. They staggered themselves for like 40 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So the team was down in a 5v6. I mean, the mag was staggered too, but the team was down in a 5v6 and just getting no value out of being where they were.
TCNJ getting a mega pushed back right now by Colombia, who just seems
Yeah,
so offensively sound, forcing the ult off of the Bucky, who's about to die and still alive for a little bit. All right, not gonna be able to do too much damage. TCNJ still holding on. Maybe not for too long though. As
that cloak
Gormy
ult came
gets
out right in time for the thing ult, but
huge.
TCNJ is finally able to shut down the push. But again, with that stagger from the Angela, it just completely gave up over half this point. Like, very, very bad misplay.
Electric actually getting a bit of a few. I think it was just Sagittarius that got swallowed, but a few picks off of TCNJ's players as well. Columbia gonna keep on moving this point forward, and dang, they are moving it very quickly. It's about to be around like around 3 minutes left is when they're gonna put this on.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3:30. That is insane. That is very good time management right there from Colombia. Even though Yeelord is very low on health, can he maybe find a heal? Yes, he does. Tanuvi and Electric able to get to him in time. In Colombia, so dominant right now. It's not
Yeah,
looking
almost
fair.
almost 5 minutes for this last point, and uncontested going into this tunnel. Can this guy look forward for me?
Can we swap to a different player? No.
I'm trying to
Give
watch
me the
what's
ult.
going on, man.
Emerald Pine getting an ult off, but unfortunately gonna get picked off there. TCNJ so strong on defense, but this time it's not looking like it. Columbia have found a chink in the armor, essentially. I think Thompson's just doing a really good job. I think Thompson, Gormu, Yeelord, they've all been doing a really good job of getting their picks off against TCNJ, forcing TCNJ to get off of, or him to get off of the Punisher. I think he's going to the Iron Fist now. And also Emerald Pine forced off of the Angela going to Moon Knight. So very good job from Columbia so far as they keep on moving this. It hasn't been contested in the last like 2 minutes. The convoy.
Yeah,
I think finally
it's
we're gonna
just
see someone.
straight pushing, and now they're in this scenario where they have Jeff ult again, and TCNJ's not running the cloak to avoid it. So, I mean, if Jeff okay, so Jeff goes down early, but if Jeff had been able to pop it on this snow ult, just
Oh,
they
it
could
was over.
completely isolate the whole team.
Yeah, and not to mention the Emma ult as well to just drag him in. Elord to get off a lot of that damage with his own ult. Even Thompson, for that matter, who unfortunately goes down. Columbia's going down. Just TCNJ hold on.
Great
But
battle.
an amazing pick from Yeeler right there, getting rid of Tim. Can he get another pick off? No, he's by
Gets it
himself.
back
He's
up.
got a lot to deal with.
Yeah, it was a great mag ult just shut down that fight. Columbia had used their cloak ult early on, did not have the bubble ready to follow up. So that's something I'm seeing a lot with these teams. Just they keep using cloak ults with a mag, but they haven't coordinated using a mag bubble, so they end up just getting no value out of it and wasting a ult.
Hashtag justice for Mag. Alright, but yeah, we're seeing the Emma get the ult off, being able to drag some players in. Are they going to get much off the Electric? Going in with his ult right there, and it makes the most sense. He's going to go down with everyone, potentially. Oh, he actually just throws him back, which makes sense. They're able to kill Ichiga Heaven right there, the Magneto. Columbia's still moving this forward. This is a really good, throw by Jeff just to keep a majority of TCNJ off the point. But someone is able to contest in time. TCNJ catching Columbia, pushing up a little bit too far. Thompson getting his ult off. Can he kill this Groot? Yes, he can. Emerald Pine is gone. Sagittarius also very low, but able to heal up. And Columbia once again trying to get this point on as soon as possible. Yeelord gets a pick off. TCNJ capitulating right there.
It's 2 on, but no supports alive. This should be a pretty quick wipe for Columbia, but yeah, just killing that Iron Fist, the last all they have left. They need to get this Groot off.
Gets the ult off. That was huge. And no, but isn't able to live for as long. And Columbia get to the end with 1:41 left. Had to essentially use all 5 minutes of that third point to move on. TCNJ has a lot of work on this offense. If they can't make it to that first point in within a minute, I think it might be over for TCNJ.
Yeah, no, so the Hawkeye coming out was very successful. Honestly, TCNJ just made some very bad plays early on. Jeff will grab 2 of their tanks, and that was the point gone, and the convoy starting to move. But then they decided to stagger themselves for like a whole minute, give up the entire second point, and then they hit the third point with 5 minutes.
For sure. Sorry, I had to fix my camera. But yeah, no. I do want to see what TCNJ can do on offense. Rented, probably just gonna keep on going with the Magneto. Columbia swapping Yeelord off onto the Punisher. And a very similar matchup. We're seeing Thompson actually swap off to a tank this time. And Columbia themselves are running a 3-tank defense. With Tanuvi on the Rocket Raccoon just to get that revive off. And I like this comp a little bit more than what TCNJ was rocking in their defense.
Yeah, I think that this Columbia comp, very solid defense. I'm not too sure on the heals. I don't know if Jeff Rocket is what you want into as a defense, but maybe it'll work. The TCNJ DPS picks are honestly not that good for bursting.
especially on this, this
Yeah,
chokehold or this choke point. I mean, they're able to get in. Tim,
I mean, they're
able
in
to
the
get in
dive as well. Maybe
for
not able
sure.
to take care of these penny nests, especially with the rocket team up giving two.
Yeah, Columbia getting kind of walled out right now by TCNJ. Does have Emerald Pine on that um Venom,
Yeah,
so we could see a lot happen
Columbia needs to.
potentially.
Yeah, they're not healing their supports at all.
All
I
right.
also didn't see the double nest setup at all. I mean, it was put on the choke, but they just jumped right past it and went to the back line. So making quick work of the Columbia defense here.
Yeah, and this is going to be very, very big for TCNJ as they try to whittle down or at least bring this to, overtime, or not overtime, but sudden death. And 5 minutes on the clock on that first point. That's going to be very huge as they try to get past the second
Yeah.
point.
No, it was honestly it was just the heel picks. I mean, the Iron Fist is very good into what they decided to pick. I mean, you can stay
Mm.
on the Rock, you can stay on the Jeff, but just in general, I was not sold on their ability to keep the team up, and then the team actually didn't heal when the dive came in. So
Yeah, I mean, the most healing you're going to get from a rocket is usually going to be that ult. I mean, sometimes the right clicks are going to help out. That's kind of where Jeff, kind of plays a big role, especially with the bubble, but even so, SB Omega trying to get a pick off of that Magneto. Electric, gonna get hit.
yeah,
Actually,
Jeff
gonna
going down
die.
early again. I don't think Jeff is the play here
No.
with both Magic and Iron Fist on the other team.
I think something like a Luna or, something like even a Loki is not even the worst option here. Just something that can, heal at different angles with Jeff. It's just so linear. And we're kind of seeing that come into play as Tim gets a pick off on Goromu, potentially trying to go get below and under. The revive procking for Yeelord, who gets his ult off as well. Below and under getting his off. He's trying to get some picks. Is able to kill Emerald Pine. Is he able to get more? No, he is not. And
Yeah,
below and
then
under
Maggle's gonna see
getting
him
hit
now.
for a lot. Oh my god, yeah, Maggle doing so much damage, getting rid of the Punisher, getting rid of Electric, getting rid of Thompson. Below and under still alive, not for too long, and TCNJ with an
TCNJ
amazing
just
attack.
stomping through.
Jeez. All right, we're going to see a
They need to
contest.
find an answer for this Iron Fist because he's just walking around free, and then as soon as Emma hits Diamond Form, he runs away.
In a very similar position we saw Columbia in that last round. TCNJ finds themselves in a very good position as well. Emerald Pine really putting in the work on this diving as well as Tim.
Yeah, just a very dive heavy comp, and Columbia's not really adapting to it at all. I mean, I do think that Rocket can play very well in a dive, but Jeff is just not something that can get away from any of their team.
I think with the Jeff, it's just like they want to potentially put them into a team fight and then be able to swallow them, kind of render them useless. But I mean, Iron Fist
Yeah.
can kind of just bring himself back sometimes,
Yeah,
as well
that's the
as
thing. I mean, they're running this comp or they're running a Jeff to swallow the team. But when you look at what TCJ is running, I mean,
they
half of
gotta just live it. Like they just don't die.
around. I mean, yeah, like Magic is gonna be on a flank somewhere. Iron Fist is gonna be jumping around, and Venom can swing out whenever he wants.
And a
There's
waste of
just
an
not.
ult.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's just not value for Jeff here.
This is looking really good for TCNJ though. They got Columbia on the back foot. Can they get this to the point in under 3 minutes?
They're gonna hold
That would
them.
be very, very big for TCNJ if they're able to do so. But Columbia not really answering back. I think they're just letting this rock. They're able to touch for a little bit, not for too long. Blown under. Getting that ult off, that's going to be
get the
huge
ult
for a
off,
little
so
bit.
It will be able to force this fight. Yeah, early kill again on Magneto for the dive. No support ults for Columbia. So we'll see. Yeah, three gonna go down early for Columbia. Mag's on the way back, but now they're down both their supports. It's just gonna be.
Jeez.
Yeah.
TCNJ with 3 minutes on the clock. Columbia with only a minute and 41 to try and bring this dub home. But we are going to sudden death. Columbia gotta lock in. You only have a minute to try and get on that first point. We talked about how important it is to get on that first point and how difficult it is, especially to get there.
Yeah, so Columbia's gonna try to run the Gamma Squid with the Namor team up. Um, I mean, it could help, but well, first off, now they're swapping off to Squirrel Girl actually on TCNJ. Squirrel and Fantastic. So
Huh.
really jumping off the dive comp that it looks like Colombia is going to plan for. So not going to
Yeah.
be as effective as they'd hoped. Namor, Gamma Namor can still work very offensively without playing into dive, but staying on this Jeff pick. So not
Mm-hmm.
sure how well that's going to go, but playing it, no longer playing the Squirrel, now a triple tank again.
It's
Thing, Groot,
interesting.
and Magneto.
That's interesting because Sagittarius is on the snow, which we know Ichika Heaven was very good on, but also that cloak is just very, very potent in this comp. Rented gonna stay with his Magneto. So this is gonna be interesting to see how Columbia are able to get onto this point, or if TCNJ can shut them off or shut them out rather. SB
Yeah,
Omega on the thing as well, which is gonna be really big at just
yeah. This
grounding some of his
Phoenix is
opponents.
about to be very large on this point. It's really the only thing I think Colombia has that can save them.
Mm-hmm.
Because TCNJ is like they're a very health heavy tank team. I mean, they have Magneto for a shield, but otherwise it's Groot and Thing that are going to be in the front as well as this Mr. Fantastic. So a Phoenix just getting hits off. I mean, they're not seeing a whole lot of hits getting off, but if this Phoenix is able to get a lot of hits off onto a where they're stacking up, it could melt people before the deals go through.
Yeah, but this double wall setup, right, with the Groot just having Columbia walled off and then being able to get healed by Ichigo and Sagittarius is going to be really important. SB Omega also fairly low, but below and under, still somehow staying alive. Procking a lot of ults right here. Columbia getting off their rocket ult. Ichigo Heaven also getting the dagger, so not a lot of action from both these guys. Fairly a stalemate. Sagittarius is going to be down though, so TCNJ down a heal for a little bit. Can they get a pick? Yeah, they get Thompson, but Thompson able to come back courtesy
With the
of
res, yeah.
the res. Two ults coming out. We can see the Groot come out. Yes, it does. And
Zero
this
coming
could be
out.
huge.
Great combo with Namor, but it's blocked by the Hulk shield, so not able to. Or no, what stopped it there?
I actually have no idea.
I
Could it
think
have
I
been
think Groot
Magneto?
actually walled his own.
Oh, that's funny.
I think he walled his own ult off, or his teammate's ult, because it looked like it should have connected there.
Yeah, but we are in overtime right now on this point. Can Columbia get it? No, they did lose two players. They are going to lose their Hulk for a little bit if SB Omega can get the pick off. Yes, he does. Yeloid on the Spider-Man trying to get back, but the Magneto from Rented is just going to catch him every single time. Ichigo Heaven getting that pick off,
Able to keep it
and
entirely off.
TCNJ with a shutout. That is insane. TCNJ have so much more time to get onto this point and get themselves a win over Columbia. Once again.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Yeah, great defensive half coming out from TCNJ. I mean that triple tank setup's just very hard to break through, and honestly, what Columbia needed there was they probably needed a Moon Knight to break through that Groot thing setup, but it's just not a whole lot you could do when you're down a minute and a half. You need to get on quickly. Maybe even a strange portal on would have been better, but I think both teams have it banned, so not something you're gonna be seeing.
Yeah, we're seeing TCNJ swap off of the three tank comp as well. Emerald Pine going with his coveted Moon Knight. Ichigo going to stay with the Cloak and Dagger Sagittarius. Everyone else fairly staying the same. We're actually Columbia. Thompson going for the Groot. Understands that the penny. I mean, I don't even think the penny was the issue. I think it was just, the fact that they had a Jeff. But Electric on this Cloak and Dagger now, so this should help out just a tad bit more. And also below on the Human Torch
Yeah, it should help
against.
out, but they are back on the TCNJ's back on their Iron Fist pick, so I'm not sure how well that's going to fare into, or I'm not sure how well the cloak's going to be able to stay alive. What I will say is that now TCNJ's on this Moon Knight pick, and they're playing into two non-shield tanks. I mean, a triple tank, but two non-shield tanks as well as Cloak and Rocket. So honestly, just a great situation to have a Moon Knight in. Should be able to put a lot of good work in.
Yeah, and they're moving on to this point very quickly as well.
Yeah,
Columbia just getting snuffed out. Thompson gonna die. They lose their
yeah.
Groot. Not
You
yet.
can see the Moon Knight just hitting every shot because there's just such immobile tanks playing on the front line. I
Hmm.
mean that group was just getting peppered and
Oh, and Emerald does have his ult, able to proc it, able to get some damage off. Can he keep Columbia off at this point? Yes, he kind of can. And they're already getting onto this point of an amazing pick
yeah.
from
Iron Fist able to get
Tim
that pick.
on that Human Torch. That's going to be huge. Can he stay alive? Yes, he can. Rented going to try and
Yeah,
do as much as
great
possible.
rocket ult placement. Able to keep it away. The
Did you
only
get
person that
answering
can really
back
deal
as
with
well?
that is the Iron Fist. So
Hmm. Farming time coming out very, very soon, potentially from SB Omega, trying to just circle around, get to the back line. Is he able to
yeah,
proc
you
it?
get stuck.
No.
3 going down for TC&J. Columbia's going to be able to get this point soon.
Wow. Able to get the
Yeah,
defense
so
off as well.
yeah, able to keep the point back. It did not let them get the first bar of capture. So as soon as I get the first bar, this will be the end of the match. So if they're able to hold them off for the next minute and a half, I believe it ends in a tie. I'm not sure how we're scoring that, but
Yeah, that's actually true. That would be interesting to see how they would try and score that. But yeah, each guy having actually escaping death right there. Rented getting the shield off. So they have another chance of getting in. Rented also has his ult, so this SB Omega. So this is definitely very possible. Columbia having two of their own as well, the Groot and the Human Torch coming out. But an amazing proc from Sagittarius to keep everyone alive. Ichigo Heaven swapping off to the cloak to deal some damage. Gonna kill Electric potentially? No, not yet. Both these guys very close to getting their points. Emerald Pine, can he get in? Able to proc
yeah,
the Moon Knight ult. That's huge for TC&J as they keep everyone off of the point. And they win that. TC&J locking in, beating Columbia in sudden death, getting their second and final win on Columbia. But now we move on to Rutgers. Still
yeah. So
on that
Rutgers
undefeated streak.
Columbia will be up next.
Hmm. Yeah,
Oh,
Tim getting
that's
MVP makes the most sense.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. He was going
Yeah,
crazy.
that Iron Fist pick, there was just nothing to shut it down on the Columbia side. I mean, earlier they tried to do that more Gamma combo, but they just didn't peel their supports enough, and the support picks that they did have out the gate. I mean, like Jeff will just never live into a Iron Fist; he'll just stay on him forever. So
Yeah.
just a difficult situation to play into, and you really have to play as a team to win that out, and it's not something that Columbia was doing well enough.
Yeah, Tim getting those dives off does garner him MVP of TCNJ Rented. Very close second. SVP for Columbia is going to be Tanuvi. I mean, did a very good job of trying to keep his team alive, and especially those team fights with the ult. And I'm not gonna say that that electric was holding them back, but the Jeff pick definitely didn't help out, giving TCNJ so much time in sudden death to be able to get that win, but still a very evenly matched game from both of those players. I mean, they got the point all the way to the end. It was just a matter of time who had more, and TCNJ had more in their tank. Were able to get that win off, and we'll see how they do against Rutgers, who is going to be our last two sets of tonight, and they go up against TCNJ first or Columbia, depending if TCNJ are willing to play again, they could just stay in the arena. Rutgers joins up, but yeah, very very close game from both of those guys. And honestly, like one of the first game to go into sudden death as well. So I think that's something that it should be mentioned, is that both these guys, I guess, kind of got an idea for how each other played, and then was able to bring it to sudden death. So I don't know if we're going to see that more from Rutgers, because Rutgers has been very dominating in this tournament so far, but again, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, so Columbia should just be a pretty traditional game. I mean, both teams play pretty normal team comps. TCNJ does have that triple tank, but I think Rutgers kind of figured out a strategy by the end with that very dive heavy comp. So I expect TCNJ in the second game coming up. So Columbia will be next, but the TCNJ Rutgers game will come after that. I expect they're going to be banning a good bit towards that dive. So you had that Magic pulling out a lot of kills. You had Psylocke coming out. Just going to have to worry about a whole lot on that front because they realize that once the supports go down, the rest of the team will follow.
Exactly. And I think that's just where you realize that you can't afford to go for a triple tank team. I think you just have to go with DPS or something that you know can defend the backline against, the heavy dives that Rutgers has, especially if we have all coming back in. Yes, he does come back in. And Zero Rain has made another appearance. Rush Hour gonna
Not
come
this
in as
guy
well.
again.
But yeah, like you said, it's probably going to be very dive heavy. Actually, banning Luna immediately on Rutgers. I think maybe some
Yeah,
more heals to kind of just reduce the amount of, I guess,
definitely makes sense. I
variety.
mean, Adam's been putting in work, and the thing about Luna's kit is it provides so much healing and so much burst healing. I mean, it also has some CC, but there's a long ult on top of it. But it allows your other support to play something pretty flexible. Like you can get on the Jeff pick, or you can get on Cloak, or something that's maybe not as hard of heals to kind of give some more utility to the team because Luna can just pick up the slack in the heal department.
No, definitely. We're seeing actually a save on the Black Panther, so that they could, potentially go back and dive once again. The Cloak and Dagger ban. So, like I said before, they're trying to get rid of a lot of different strong healers, especially on Yggdrasil. I think Jeff is fine here, so you know Rutgers is definitely in a good position.
Invis gone too. Yeah, they're just banning up the heal department.
Huh, that's funny. Both of them banning Invis. They do not want to deal with that at all. But who do Rutgers save considering how many heals have been gone? They actually do save the Magneto. That makes sense. Snake gets his character that he wants to play.
Yeah, just banning out the entire heal.
I mean, it's not even a bad idea. I'm not gonna lie. Like it makes
I guess it works. So it's gonna force them onto. I assume they're gonna play Rocket,
maybe
and
Adam. I'm not too sure if anyone can
they
play
could
Adam.
play Adam. I mean, Adam's named Adam, so he plays Adam.
Oh,
But Phoenix protects. Okay, so they're looking to counter out this Rocket pick, is what's going on. So if
oh.
Rutgers happens to pick the Rocket, they'll just go Phoenix on Columbia, which just absolutely melts the whole. But definitely, it's a strategy to ban every support.
It's not bad. You
Well,
get
I mean,
rid of the good
we'll see if
supports
it
and it's
pays
just.
off. This is that Ivy League
Oh,
education.
they forgot that No Jet plays Ultron.
Yeah, I mean, Ultron a much weaker
Yeah,
healer,
for sure.
but if they go the triple sub, then it could work.
The Jeff. I think Adam just goes Jeff here. I think maybe you don't risk going for the what's it called? The rocket.
Yeah, I mean, so let's see what's going on in the DPS department.
Okay,
Okay, so
so
triple tank. All three are shields coming out from Columbia. Lots of
oh,
triple tanks coming out.
triple tank, triple heal is what I'm seeing potentially. No, Yulord's probably gonna go quad tank, 5 tank. I've seen it
Okay,
all.
so they're going
Well,
they're
I
going they're going 5 tank 1 rocket.
you know what?
That's a strategy.
I
Seen
feel
it
like this
before.
like kind of works though. Okay, Gormu onto the storm.
Gordon going storm. I don't like that pick.
I
Back
know he's
on
just
to a
going
tank.
back. Yeah, there you go. Who does Rush Hour play though? That's what I want to figure out. He's not even playing right
Yeah, I'm
now.
not too sure about this one. So I will say Rain is probably on the best character to shut a tank down.
Hmm.
Maybe maybe a Moon Knight would be better here. I don't know why Rush Hour is still not picked the
Where's
character,
Rush Hour?
but Rutgers really likes being down a player. I think.
Hey, they've won before with that, so it's not impossible. And there's
Yeah,
the
the Rocket
raccoon
has
ult.
ult already.
That's funny.
So not too sure what Rutgers plans on doing here. I'm surprised there's not a pause yet. They are
That's what I'm
down a
saying.
player.
I don't even know where Rush Hour went. Oh, there you go. He's on the BP. That
Why
makes
is he on
sense.
BP?
Hey, they did save the BP. I'm not too sure myself.
He's playing BP into 5 tanks, but we'll see if he can make this work. I
They
assume
get
his
rid of
plan
the
is to go for the
raccoon. They get rid of
rocket, but
rocket. Yeah, they get rid of the rocket. I think they're okay. But even
I don't know
so,
what DP does to all the tanks after the rocket's dead.
Nothing. It's just like a little distraction, I fear.
Yeah, I would have picked like maybe a Moon Knight, maybe a Punisher, something that is known for shredding tanks. But yeah, so now this rocket ult's out. It's Rutgers is just gonna get run over for the rest of this point, I believe.
Speaking of shredding tanks, we got Wolverine coming out from Snake as well, but see how long he can last for. Gets the extra health off and able to heal up as well. So Rucker is not letting go of this point just yet. Zero Rain gets his ult off and is able to eliminate every single
Oh,
freaking
look
tank
at this
on
look
the
at
other
this
side.
controller player sensitivity. You can see his head turning. Actually, great pick getting on the Warlock. So they're just able to farm headshots to get permanent heals. So they're really
Yeah.
smart to make that swap.
Yeah, I'll say, like you said before, Ultron's just not that strong of a healer or support. So going off to Adam just, I fear, makes the most sense.
Yeah. It also doesn't make a whole lot of sense playing the tanks. The good part about Ultron is you can kind of harass the backline, and if somebody else gets damaged through, you can finish off the kill before they get a chance to heal it. But
Yeah. Oh, Oz on this Rocket Raccoon. Can he get the kill? Unable to do so. Very close, though, and is able to do so. Columbia
yeah,
now have to kind of
so
reconvene for a little bit.
Warlock's gonna cocoon back, but we'll see if Rutgers is able to keep this alive. Yeah, able to push them back into their spawn. So maybe don't want to overcommit here with the Hulk ult, because once it goes
Yeah,
down, this could get bad, especially
I
with
feel
these
like
group
he's in too
ults.
deep.
Well, he's still, yeah, his ult's down now. He just needs to back out. Yeah, using the Gamma Shield to get out.
Hmm. Thompson almost
So
dying
yeah,
as well.
they are also playing the Black Panther team up with the Hulk as well. So
Oh.
yeah, he has a team up now where the Gamma Shield will activate when he gets low.
Oh, what the heck? That's cool. That's actually really useful.
Yeah, very useful. You can actually see how much work this torch is putting in, especially into a character like Groot.
So much. He has his ult already. He's just gonna let it rip
He
after
just
this.
bursts.
Yeah, rocket. Oh, doesn't even care about the rocket ult. It's just gonna let it run.
Yeah, no, like 2 or 3 of the tornadoes just breaks the rocket.
Jeez.
Able to
Yeah.
feast on the tanks right here, yeah. Then Groot gets absolutely countered by Torch.
Zero Rain's like, yeah, I don't give a crap. I'm just gonna completely destroy them.
And this is what I was talking about earlier, that whole 0 to 100 thing and back to 0. So I can't wait for Zero Rain to go back to 0.
Are we gonna throw the Wolverine? No, we are not. Zero Rain almost dying there. Holy. Can he get behind though? It is only 5 seconds left in the clock. The Hella coming out from below and under. They actually swapped off of all the tanks, which I think is funny. But we do go into overtime. Can they get onto the point? Nobody's on the point. There you go. Gets to hold on to it just for a little bit longer. Rutgers trying to hold them back and is doing so very well. Can Yeelord get eliminated? Yes, it does. And Rutgers able to defend against Columbia. Zero Rain. Gonna be the MVP of that round, courtesy of his Human Torch. But now we could potentially see an actual comp come out
Yeah, no,
from both these teams. Period, question
great
mark.
plays from Rutgers, especially that Torch pick is very good. I mean, 5 tanks is a
Bit of a stretch.
bit of a troll, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, we're all here to have fun, I guess.
Right? That was fun to watch, and I'm pretty sure that was very fun for Zero Rain. But yeah, Adam gonna stick with the rocket, of course. No Jet going to Jeff this time, and Rush Hour, rightfully so, sticking with the Black Panther. And maybe we could see Snake swap off of the Wolverine, depending on whatever Columbia decide to go for.
Yeah, I think Snake's just happy he doesn't have to play Magneto right now. Oh, I just realized Electric is a controller player as well.
That's, you know what, fair play. Electric's also just a good player, so him on him. I mean, I know Snake's also a controller player.
Yeah.
I might consider swapping. Get that humble aim assist. Alright.
You gotta hit the aim.
Way true. Alright, so we're running 3 tank, 3 healer on Columbia. I was waiting for this moment for a long time in Rutgers.
That's something.
I've seen it work. On Yggdrasil especially, I think it's not
Oh, yeah?
the worst.
What elo?
We don't talk about that
Yeah,
part.
gonna be a
Definitely
very
not
interesting
bronze.
game. A healer going down already.
Eh,
Looks like, I mean, they didn't get the first point, so I, maybe
this
just
is looking like a
taking
very
picks for
quick
some
match.
fun. But yeah, this is getting cleaned up pretty quickly.
Are we about to cap in a minute?
Two supports down, cloak walking
The
back,
entire
dive
team is
dive super
down,
early. Team's
and
dead.
Rutgers is going to win this in under a minute. Because
Yeah,
why not? Columbia fooling around just a little bit, unfortunately going to lose out there. Rutgers keeping their unbeaten win streak to 4-0 right now. Their last challenge ahead of them is going to be TCNJ. But that was a fun match. Of course, Zero Rain gonna get MVP there with his amazing,
oh, he
performance in that.
died. He got a death.
What he did?
Bad showing from Rain. I don't know.
Yeah, horrible. What? Rush Hour the vote, better MVP.
Only 6 finals. Low-key undeserved. If I,
You know who got more
really think
finals?
about it.
Snake.
Snake got more finals. I think Snake should have been that one, but
That's all
you know,
I'm saying.
good showing out of Columbia overall today. I mean, maybe a little rough on the last game, but uh, that'll be the last game for them today. So I want to thank them for coming out to the round robin. Great to see them play.
Yeah, again, shout outs to the people that were able to organize the event. Joseph, the president, aka Snake, that we're seeing play right now. Shout outs to him for taking the reins of this club and making this possible. Shout outs to the broadcasting team over at Rutgers Esports to give you this stream. Also, shout outs to you, Linky, for casting. With me. Very very fun first time casting this game. But yeah, and shout outs to all the schools for being able to show out and give us a lot of really, really good content. But Rutgers, you are one win away from getting the 5-0 unbeaten win streak. TCNJ is the last team that is in front of you. Let's see how you do because TCNJ have some very, very good players in general. Of course, Rented. Of course, Ichigo Heaven. Need no introduction. We've seen what they can do. We've been known what they can do. It's just a matter of if Rutgers can just lock in and take them down. I think this is going to be arguably the two best teams today facing each other. I don't even think it's arguably. You look at the score sheet. You look at if we can go back to the win graphic, we see Rutgers has 4 wins, TCNJ has 3. So either Rutgers can end 5-1, or we could have two teams end up as 4-1. It really just comes down to what map we go to. If TCNJ have the grit to be able to see this through, and Rutgers as well. I mean, just a strong team in general. Everybody has been showing off what they can do. Zero Rain showing that he's good. Snake has had his moments. Um, very very good stuff from both sides of the team.
Yeah, no, definitely great to see first games of the school year and great showings from all the teams. I think that going into this next game, Rutgers versus TCNJ, again probably expecting 3 tank comp out of TCNJ and maybe Rutgers pulling out the dive. But we did see a very very competitive game going on Spider Islands earlier. I mean, just coming down to the last few meters of the third point, and then Rutgers being able to finish off that third point when they got the chance to attack. But very very close game, back and forth on that. So this should probably be one of the better games tonight in terms of how close it'll be between the two teams. Definitely give
Yeah,
them a chance.
yeah, and I think TCNJ is going to be weird. They have to be careful with the potential threat of Zero Rain's Human Torch because we saw what it did against 5 tanks, let alone what it can do against potentially 3. Granted, it was just a raccoon that was healing, so maybe a dive from Rush Hour can also nullify the healing of that back line. But also, again, Zero Rain's just gonna completely eat up those tanks. You got Snake doing a very good job of playing defensively. Um, yeah, I
Yeah.
think SB Omega is just another player that we have to talk about, and Emerald Pine for that matter. The other tanks of TCNJ, they've been pulling their own weight as well with the Thing and Angela respectively. So let's see what this is going to be a fun match. I think this is going to be the best match that we see tonight. Um, as Rutgers goes on with their bans, TC&J as well. So Rutgers is going to ban the Human Torch immediately, of course, saving the Magneto. Part of me is like, I wonder why they don't just ban the Magneto and immediately to just nullify Rented, but I guess, getting rid of Human Torch is better in that sense. Other bans so far include Magic, so they don't want to deal with any of those dives. Yeah, Rush Hour, Zero Rain, Adam, Snake coming in as well. No more. I don't know, Epic. Very unfortunate. That was a very fun watch. That's funny. Getting rid of the Venom as well. The Angela getting rid of him. The Luna going to be saved for probably no Jet. I think. Oh no, it's gonna be Adam. Adam's gonna play Snow most likely.
Yeah, so definitely banning out that dives, which is what we kind of anticipated going into this match. So will be interesting because Rutgers was really having a lot of trouble playing a more traditional team comp. Not going full dive and kind of turtling up with what were they going? I think they were going to Human Torch, but
Mm-hmm.
should be interesting to see how they react to this change and if they're able to break through the three tank comp.
I mean, Rush Hour does have his Spider Man, so I think that's another thing that can get into that back line. Zero Rain might go the Human Torch. I'm not too certain if they're anticipating. Yeah, see, so going for the Human Torch, against the potentially three tank, setup from TCNJ, but Sagittarius gonna go with the.
Looks like we'll get a 2-2-2 setup, so not going to
There
go
you go.
triple tank at least to start.
Could
Honestly,
change later.
I feel like Rutgers should have been banning Mag on first ban, but they opted to go for Torch. I mean,
That's what I said.
very
Just
good
get rid of
character,
Rented's best
but
character.
yeah, people are very afraid of Torch. I mean, you saw what he did in the last game.
Oh yeah,
The
for
thing,
sure.
the thing is, if you play a Torch, you really have to make picks around playing against Torch. Where if you're playing something like a Hello or a Punisher, you don't really need to completely itemize your whole team around it. So people like to ban it because it closes off a really strong.
We're not gonna talk about
What are they doing on my stream?
mods. Ban them.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this final match going between Rutgers and TCNJ. Rutgers already starting off fairly strong on this defense. Wait, I just realized we're on a different map, and I just don't know which one this is.
Oh, so yeah, this is one of the newer maps that came out a couple seasons ago, but
Um,
pretty straight angles on the captures. And so Snake gonna go down super early. Maybe got Bucky hooked in. I wasn't watching, but
yeah, I think it was Bucky Hook,
it's going to be
because
a pretty bad loss for Rutgers on this first point. They're gonna have to give up this entire choke early on. But if they're able to get that cap, it could be comeback. It's gonna look like he won't go down. Actually, no, he will go down. Rutgers getting two, so they'll be able to hold them a little here. But they gave up this entire first point, where usually you want to hold for at least a minute. So a
yeah,
bit of a rough start, but we'll see if they're able to recover.
it's not the worst. At least TCNJ isn't like past the halfway point, so I think that's in essence would be a W for Rutgers right now, getting rid of Rented and Emerald Pine. So I mean, losing Snake early on was a bit tough, and even on the Emma Snow, sorry, Emma Frost rather, gonna be down a bit low. Snake just tanking so much, getting a lot of heals as well. Zero Rain. I'm assuming Zero Rain might swap off the Human Torch potentially for like a different character, but definitely
See, I'm
wants to
gonna
stay
go
on
to
for
take
Yo.
out that Ultron ult. Maybe way too far up.
Yeah, but Adam does get the
Seconds
Luna
of
Snow.
control, yeah. Going to pop the Emma ult, but not going to get a whole lot of value.
Yeah, super
Gonna go
dead.
down here as well. Yeah, Rutgers gonna have to fall back
Oh,
into. Oh,
Sagittarius with an immediate blink to the head. on, I believe it was Rush Hour.
Right.
Someone died.
Hopefully they can regroup. You're gonna have to give first point. Definitely need to figure out what's going wrong here. Just honestly, I think this Captain America is just breaking up the back line very well, and then there's a bit of overextension going on.
And just the threat of his ability to get into the back line, like you have to then now focus on saving your two supports instead of like maybe pushing or defending the point itself. So it's like keeping your players alive is just so much more important than the position, even though it's kind of weird to say.
Did they not ban Luna?
They did not. Rutgers didn't ban Luna. TCNJ did not
Yeah.
because Rutgers also
They
saved
banned out
Luna.
more support. Oh, did they save Luna? Okay. I'm surprised the Luna ban didn't come out earlier, but I think they. I can't remember what they banned. They might have banned the Emma.
They banned You're talking about Rutgers. They banned Human Torch and Emma first.
No, I'm talking about TCNJ on the Rutgers bans, but.
Black Panther was one of them.
Oh
I know
yeah,
that.
they banned out the dive. That's what it was. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Black Panther
Oh.
Magic.
Yeah, no, I'm getting confused with the Columbia ban from last game. They banned all the
Oh, but the Human Torch ult coming in clutch right here, zero rain.
able to get an early pick on Bucky, but definitely need to take care. Oh, Punisher going to get that ult off very well.
And that's
Jeff
Emerald
Ult gonna come
Pine.
in as well. Maybe Rutgers popping a few too many ults here. Strange gonna get tossed in the corner. Should be able to clean him up before he gets back to his team.
Uh-oh, zero rain gone. Sagittarius with a great play on zero rain on the Human Torch. And they're doing okay. I mean, Rutgers is holding down the point
Had a bit of
fairly
a
well.
stalemate here. Range should be able to
Yeah.
get back around the same time that some of the other people get back. Strange is still very staggered. He honestly could have died a little faster.
Bucky ult here would be really nice, considering how Sagittarius has it ready, as well as Apple 41 with the snow ult.
Yeah, so no support ults up for the Rutgers side. TCNJ does have this Luna Snow ult that they could press their advantage now, but we'll see if they're able to make that play.
Yeah, also does proc Agamotto. I don't think he got anyone though, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
TCNJ moved this point up fairly far, now past the halfway mark on the second point. Rutgers forced to reconvene for a little bit. Snake trying to just hold it down on that rush hour coming in with the ult. Can he find a pick? Everyone's just healing each other. Not really able to find anyone, and a really good defense right there from TCNJ to keep everyone alive.
Yeah. Punisher's very strong on this map, but just not a whole lot you can do when a Luna Snow ult is up. Luckily, they're able to take that off the board. Cloak does have hers up. Luna gonna go down on the Rutgers side. It's very bad for this. They're just gonna get run over here, but at least Cloak popped the ult before this happened.
Yeah, Rented also going down. Ichika Heaven very close to dying. Forced to swap
burn
off
ult
with the
as
Cloak.
well.
Yeah.
They just need to fall back here. I mean, they're down both subs. I mean, Luna's back, but if they get in a bad fight here, they're either gonna get wiped or they're gonna waste the ult again.
They also have Jeff ult, so part of me is feeling like a Jeff ult's gonna come out very soon. But all getting frozen right there. Adam probably has to proc the ult soon just to live. No, they're actually gonna keep onto it as long as possible.
They did a very good job at burning a lot of time.
Oh
yeah, this Agamotto is gonna take out. Oh no, they're able to
only
fall
takes
the
out one.
Punisher, but he will fall.
Yeah, Adam gonna proc his
Adam's gonna
ult
have
there.
to pop the ult a little late there, so not the best value, but they will be able to defend this attack for a time.
Yeah, no Jet actually not being contested on that top at all.
Okay, a support gonna go down for TCNJ, so Jeff able to get great value on. Maybe gonna take out Bucky.
That would have been funny. Rush Hour still alive somehow, courtesy of the Jeff. Able to get that ult off
Wow, they're
and swallowing
able to keep up the Punisher. Yeah, gonna grab 3 here right as overtime procs, so.
That's huge.
Oh, everybody died before you grabbed it. Dang.
Alright, are you able to get this last kill?
So this will stall. Yeah, Rutgers doesn't have anything here. Okay. Punisher shotgun and Torch was able to knock it off. So good defense there on the second point, but this is definitely a map where you can get stuck in chokes, so definitely not a done deal at this point.
Yeah, it took TCNJ a fair bit amount of time to get there. Rutgers, it might take a little bit more, depending on what comp they run for. We can look back at the bans that TCNJ did for Rutgers. We have the Hella. We got rid of the Venom as well. But I think these are just good bans from both sides. Getting rid of the Penny so that they don't have to deal with that on defense is going to be very strong, considering how Emerald Pine is able to go off into. They really just banned everyone that Emerald Pine played. I think that's really funny. So forcing Emerald Pine to go onto the
Yeah, going
the
on the
thing.
thing pick, I'm not too sure why. I don't like this Angela pick, but maybe they see some value in it. Going to be on this Mantis, yeah.
Did they just
Honestly,
want to
a
dive the
lot of
back line?
strange swaps. I'm not too sure where a
The
lot of them.
Namor as well from Rush Hour. I mean, Awe has shown that his Hulk is fun.
Yeah,
It's
so I
good.
mean they're going Gamma for Namor, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
Oh yeah, right. Because there's no BP.
Yeah, I mean they don't have anything to really take care of this Iron Man unless Torch is able to get very close to him. But we'll see if they're able to make this work.
And Tim already trying to put some work on
Yeah,
Snake.
Adam able to pick up the kill. Thing overextending. He didn't realize his team was going to drop back for this Hulk. So Hulk is definitely going to die here, but honestly, not bad value at all.
Yeah. They're pushing this point very well, Rutgers,
Yeah,
so
they pick
far.
up another kill. I mean,
Nice.
they just staggered themselves out. Also, again, like I really don't like Cloak picks, but Cloak not able to keep up their DPS in that scenario. Thing gonna go
Trying to get
down.
rid of Emerald Pine, but not able to do so. Rush Hour able to heal up just a tiny bit.
Yeah, able to stay alive. Gonna fall back. This first point has been pushed into the last choke already, so very good start for Rutgers on this attack. Local gonna come out early. There's just so much damage that's come out.
The
Immortal
Namor
going
ult.
down, not gonna connect for anything. Two going down on Rutgers side, gonna need to be a regroup.
Yeah. Maybe keep Snake alive as long as possible. I mean, he's doing a good job. Yeah, he's just hiding, which I
No,
think
he
is
should he
smart.
should be able to stay alive here.
Yeah, if they're able to push and get this point, I think they're in a very good position. And
Oh
gets
wow,
rid
great
of.
great wolf kidnap, but not quite traded back. He's able to dash out, but he will go down.
Yeah, that's one
Ooh,
of
a
the
support
supports
going
gone.
down, yeah. So Rutgers in a rough spot. I really don't like these picks at all. I think that Snake realistically needs to be on a shield tank or something that can tunnel up a little better, but they are playing into this wolf now, so it's a very different game for tank player.
We also have two ults right here. We got Zero Rain going for his, trying to
This should
kill
get
someone.
matched at some point, the Luna ult. So yeah, Luna ult coming out from the Rutgers side. It will have a few more. Ooh, very
Wow.
big ult coming out from the Iron Man. So that's gonna change the fight. TCNJ should be able to outlast this Luna ult. And
Snake immediately getting knocked down by courtesy of Rented, the other Magneto. I think Snake probably swaps to Magneto here. I would. No, he actually stays with the.
he does have his ult. I guess he's
Oh,
trying
there
to
you
finish.
go.
I
He
assume
swapped.
they're trying to. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, the Angela pick was just. I don't think it was ever gonna work. Oh, big kill here. This should be a free kill on Luna. And, never mind.
Just not able to get close to him at all. But the
Not able to
Invisible
connect.
Woman getting the ult off as well.
This is a bad ult.
Even
This is
in
gonna
these
be
ults, they're just getting decimated, which is
this is gonna
very
be a
unfortunate.
regroup for Rutgers. Yeah. Big waste of the invis ult, so that's pretty bad, and people getting staggered.
Are able to get onto the point somehow, but does get it contested for a tiny amount of time. Zero Rain trying to get his ult up, potentially 40 seconds left. It's not looking too good for Rutgers. If they can't get at least a pick off, TCNJ just doing a good job at staying alive for the most part. And we get the
this
ult coming
does have
off.
ults in the back line, so yeah, this Wolverine's melting, and all the supports peeled away immediately. Luna ult gonna come out from TCG's side. Rutgers gonna hold for a little bit, but both secondary supports do not have their ults even close yet, so Rutgers will have an advantage right here. They really need to push up in the next 2 seconds to
They're using all of
win
their
this
ults right
game.
now. They need to get onto this point as soon
Yeah,
as possible. But
great
Tim,
ult by Snake. So this is where that mag pick is again just a
oh,
really great counter. So I don't know if you saw, but the Iron Man was able to get his ults off, but then Mag just ulted in response and soaked it up. So ooh,
yeah, this is
yeah, he'll get
not.
you back.
This
Yeah,
is not a good position
gonna clean up
for.
this. Rutgers gonna TP back on. They will have time to get there, so
Yeah,
should be
forced to get
able to
on.
clutch as long as into this. Oh, they're getting blocked.
Oh, and it is TCNJ who
Yeah.
closes it down on Rutgers, not giving them any more time to get a potential sweep on everyone. TCNJ showing that they can still hang with the big boys, and it's TCNJ that goes 4-1 along with Rutgers, so they tie for first place essentially. And an amazing showing from TCNJ to close off this last match. Rutgers fairly good on defense, but couldn't do it on offense. Maybe the switch on Snake was a little bit too late. And even though it was kind of a close match between both of them, it just did not work out. Eventually, they gave up on going for all their heals. They just wanted to go for attack, and just did not work out. Rutgers panicked a little bit, but TCNJ showed their composure, and a very, very good way to end off this stream. So, with that being said, Linky,
No,
any
I
closing?
believe we are doing a tiebreaker game.
Oh,
Yeah.
joy.
So we will be casting another game now, which is something.
Damn,
How
I
long
was
has the
ready to get
stream been going
off.
for?
It has been
I've
going
been
on
ready to
for
get off.
4 hours.
4 hours.
Wait,
And
we started at what, 5? Yeah, it's about to be 4 hours.
the stream is at 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Joy! We get another match.
They're
Can it
taking a
be?
quick bathroom and water break. We need a bathroom and water break.
Yes. If we have a be right back screen, that would be much
They should have to
appreciated.
sit here for losing that game and making us cast another.
Yeah, so we're gonna go on a break. Goodbye. And welcome back to the tiebreaker between Rutgers and TCNJ. Of course, like I mentioned before, in this before we went on this final break, TCNJ and Rutgers are tied 4-1. So they do play one more match before we leave. So there's still more action to be had between both these guys. I know Linky is definitely not ready to commentate another match.
Oh, I'm so
Um,
ready. Let's commentate it as quickly as possible.
Yes, yes. We speed
I
commentate
want
this
to see a
somehow.
1-0 score coming out.
Please. I need something. I'm so hungry. I have so much food downstairs. But yeah, no, I mean, regardless of the fact that we have a tiebreaker match, it has been a very very fun stream between everyone. Rutgers getting shut out right there by TCNJ. So let's see if TCNJ can keep up that momentum and if Rutgers can make some adjustments. We're seeing the same teams from both sides essentially. TCNJ, I think the main everyone has been very good. Sagittarius was very good in that last match. Tim as well. I mean, got MVP of course on that Hydra convoy map. So maybe we could see more of it. Getting rid of the Iron Man, do not want to deal with that. That makes sense. And they are going to save the Magneto TCNJ. I'm very certain at least they would do that. And they probably
Yeah,
get rid of the Angela over at
I'm not
Rutgers.
sure why they're not just first banning Mag, but
Yeah.
who knows? I
Granted,
feel like
rented
it
like
is the better pick, or it's the better
yeah,
ban there. But
because nobody's saving Iron Man. I feel like you know what they're gonna save, so I think you just go for those bans. Getting rid of the Emma as well.
yeah,
All right. They're actually gonna save the magic this time. They actually want to keep a character that he could dive with, and then over at TCNJ, who are they going to ban? They are going to ban the Hulk, but we have seen all go for his Thor. They probably ban that next. I'm not gonna lie. TCNJ, if they're smart about it, just get rid of some of Aw's really really good characters. Getting rid of the
yeah.
Luna. There you go.
So I'm not sure if TCNG is going to go through with it, but the Angel pick into possibly triple tank. But I think that this Wolf gave a lot of trouble to Rutgers. They really, first off, they were playing more brawler tanks, especially early on. They had Angela and they had Hulk for the whole game, and I really think those picks just were not panning out. I mean, it was giving no more of the Gamma team up, but I don't feel like a lot of value was coming out of it.
For sure.
Overall, and then Rain kind of wasn't able to make anything happen after a certain point. But they are banning the torch, so he will be possibly back on dive. I feel like they kind of forgot that dive was what hurt them. Um, we are also seeing different players for Rutgers. I know Nobine's left at some point, so
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
yeah, so different from the first team that played against CCNJ.
Yeah, it was No Binds and I don't know Epic that had left.
Yeah, they both left at some point.
Yeah, Zero Rain gonna go with the magic. The Human Scorch was doing some work, but not gonna go with that. I think Snake here goes with the Magneto. There you go. And this makes a lot of sense. I mean, not banning the Wolverine's gonna be annoying. We're actually gonna see the Hella come out from Rush Hour 1 as well. Doesn't want to go for the double dive. I mean, I've seen what Rush Hour can do with the Spider-Man, so I'm kind of
It's probably
surprised.
much better this way. I think it really depends on who the second support pick is, but there's a much okay. So going the Cloak Rocket, I really don't like those picks. I feel like Rush could possibly go Moon or Phoenix or something and get a lot of great value out.
Mm.
But we'll see if the hell is able to pay off. Just in general, those characters are able to burst down against this support comp very well. And I guess we're seeing the big head magic emote going out.
The name war as well from Tim and well, granted they did ban the Iron Man, so I think that was also just another character they understood they didn't want to deal with. And Rutgers
Yeah,
on defense here on Yggdrasil.
Iron Man definitely a problem in the last game, and it kind of forces Snake to be on mag, which he is definitely best on, but to counter out that Iron Man ult, it just forces him to have to play that and also hold ult for when he hears the voice line.
Hmm. Yeah, not a lot of damage being done on both sides. At least no picks have been dealt just yet. Rush Hour getting hit for a lot, still alive somehow, getting picked off by that Angela. Speaking of getting picked off by that,
Oh,
getting
Rain
picked
going
off.
down early, yeah. So playing Namor into the dive could be very effective in this game. Snake going down as well. Rush able to trade back to kill, but they are still down a tank, so we'll see if they're able to keep the thing up right here. Yeah, Adam going to be able to activate the Luna Snow Clap to keep him up there, but being pushed back, down a player right here, especially being down a tank, just not able to hold space. Angela going for a big flank. Snake's gonna see, but we'll see what happens in this fight. Adam gonna match this ult here. It will outlast, and
It's a
Rush
double
able
ult.
to take down the Namor as well.
Double
Yeah, it is a
ult.
double ult, you're right. They staggered it out, I'm not too sure why.
I think they just wanted to keep the point as long as possible. Adam might go down here. Unfortunately, does go down. Rush Hour also going to meet the same fate. So
Rain will
does
get one
No
back.
Jet. Yeah, for sure. Are they
Rain,
gonna? Yeah,
Rain
they're
gonna
still
get
gonna contest.
another. Rain, yeah, they're able to
Ooh,
hold this point. So Rutgers will hold this point for another few seconds. No ults up, but both the Magic and Magneto ult coming back. TCNJ does still have this Memorial, but nothing to combo with it quite yet. If they get this Angela ult, there's a possibility for a real great play, but otherwise, nothing too game changing for the moment.
yeah, we might see that proc very soon, unless they're able to kill the Angela. Not able to do so. Escapes fairly unscathed. Gonna get healed by
Oh,
both.
Adam gonna go down early.
Oh,
This Angela's causing a lot of havoc on the background.
for sure. The Jeff
Um,
coming in. No,
Memorial
that's not Jeff. That's
gonna take down, yeah. Wow,
Zero
Adam
Rain
going
with
down
an ult.
again. Yeah, Rain has his ult on flank, but they're down a lot.
Ooh, Zero Rain with a 4K.
4K.
Makes it 5. Oh my god. Huge ult right there from Zero Rain, and being able to pick it off as well. No Jet banking off of that
There he
insane
is.
work that
Yet
Zero Rain
again,
put in.
0 to 100.
Back down to 0.
Right back down to 0.
How does he do it every time? He's so consistent.
Every time.
The more down as well for TCNJ. So far, what seemed to be a very unsuccessful defense has now become very good for Rutgers. They're in a very good position. They have Rocket ult as well, so that's something they could consider. Snake also has his ult ready whenever he needs to, but he is going to die before he goes
Down,
for it.
yeah. Not going to be able to stay up.
No Jet getting the Rocket ult a little bit too late. Gives enough time for Adam to get his, though, as well as Rush Hour with the Hella ult. So a lot of damage to be dealt, especially with 20 seconds left. Both these guys probably going to use it very soon. And a very good double kill right there from Awe with the
Great
thing.
kills right here. 12 seconds left on the timer. Angela should be able to touch, but Rain has noticed, so yeah, not going to be able to keep her off. Oh, yes, they will be, but Spider-Man swap able to get the touch off, but he will be down, revived, so gonna avoid that 15-second timer. Back on point, Cloak coming out. Nothing to match from Rutgers. Yeah, Luna's gonna go down with ult. That's a very bad death right there. Probably gonna end up taking
just to
this
do some
into the next
damage.
point. Hella should be able to. No.
Able to kill Emerald Pine? No, not yet. Able to avoid. You just gotta stay alive. You just gotta make sure that you can get maybe a kill, and huge stuff from Zero Rain to be able to kill everyone.
Right, Luna's coming back with ult, so this should be a pretty done deal for Rutgers.
Emerald Pine just doing such a good job of annoying Rutgers, but not annoying them enough.
Yeah, great first point for Rutgers.
Alright, TCNJ needs to hold him back. We know how quickly this first point can go, and Rutgers has done that very well last time when they played against Columbia. So maybe this could be the same story against TCNJ. We're seeing the penny come out. Of course, that makes sense. And Tim actually going with Mr. Incredible here.
Fantastic.
Snake going for the Thor.
Oh no, not again.
They want to be here forever. Clearly,
Yeah.
they love this game too much.
I mean, there's no tying at this point. It's the good thing. So this game is over no matter what.
Right.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Extra strength awesomeness.
With the Penny setup and the Rocket team up, so very, very defensive setup between that and the Mr. Fantastic. Okay, Snake is going to hop on the Wolverine. Also a Wolf on the other team. No tank right now for Rutgers. Not too sure what's going on with that, but they've decided to go for DPS.
Get that vehicle to its destination. Perhaps it is time.
Oh, Rutgers gonna lose 0 rain immediately. Not a good sign if they're on attack right now. TCNJ still holding on to a lot of their players.
Yeah, I mean, Rutgers has no tank right now. I'm not too sure what's going on.
Huh. I just realized. I mean, all they really need,
onto the Moon Knight.
This is quite the comp, I must say.
Moon Knight's an alright pick here, as long as you can get hits onto the Penny. Otherwise, just getting it soaked up by Fantastic. Ooh, yeah, not able to take anybody down. Rocket's just getting a lot of value here.
Gets the ult off though, so that's one dead.
Yeah, that's a kill. Penny not gonna connect.
Penny's dead though.
Yeah, Rain gonna go down. The Wolf right there. The Wolf and Fantastic are just sitting on point. They kind of got ignored, and now they're just walking up. Very early ult from TCNJ. I'm not sure I like that, but it is in response to this hella ult, so definitely makes sense. If Rush is able to live here, it should be fine. And it'll just group back up. Rutgers will have both of their support ults coming up soon. TCNJ only has Rocket, and Phoenix is on the field for Rutgers, so they should be able to melt that pretty quickly.
Oh, all literally getting like dismantled for a little bit, but does have to go for the ult.
Phoenix is just melting the entire team.
Yep.
So this should be about the end here. Rocket will have ult and should be able to touch unless he goes down right here. No, not going to go down. So
he's
Rocket
running.
will be able to use ult on this touch right here.
Oh, really good ult actually from
ult.
0 rain.
Well,
it just but the Penny does go down. The Penny goes down.
Yeah,
and so does
down.
that
Rocket
distance.
Comes out a little
there you
late.
go.
Yeah.
Yay, Rutgers won. Good job. Rutgers holding down the fort and winning their own event.
They were a little better. They could have done it last game,
but you know.
I guess they wanted to try to give us comps or something. I'm not too sure.
Hey, it worked this time. So not bad at all. But yeah, now we're finally done. So thank you, Linky, for commentating.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me commentate. First time on the Rutgers Esports channel.
Of course. Any last words you want to say? Anything you want to plug? All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd like to plug Guac Time. I've been eating Guac Time. It's the only thing that kept me going through all of this.
Might be sponsored by Guac Time, by the way.
Look at this great graphic.
Wow. So beautiful. Crowns on everyone. But yeah, no, it was a very, very fun night. We're gonna end it because we are both very, very tired. I'm Jellyfish. If you guys want to, check out what I got, follow my Twitter or X at Jellyfish12371. I also commentate for Smash and do other things. So besides that, again, thank you, Linky, for commentating with me. Thank you, Rutgers Broadcasting, for hosting this event. And yeah, we'll see you guys in the next event, which is most likely going to be Scarlet Nightmare. Remember, October 25th, be there or be square. We have a lot of things like cosplay contest, Luigi's Mansion potentially, and some other really, really cool events. So make sure to check that out. But if not, check it out at home on the Rutgers Esports Twitch. Make sure to follow that and maybe even use your Prime Twitch sub. Nonetheless, we'll see you guys next time.